only reasonable pension you can talk about is the federal pension. Because if you come down to the state pension and the local government pension, they are always owing those people. There's always backlog. But even with the federal pension, I retired from Nigerian Navy, the way they are being paid is too poor, the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Maina and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. And water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked so far their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria. So they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children. Some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension, all those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, you know, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
It's Friday today, January 31st, 2025. I'm Charles Pius. Welcome to Global News. In the headlines, EU launches 300,000 grants for Eurocham Nigeria. Japanese government's United Nations operations donates 10 vehicles, others to mitigate flooding, climate change in Anambra. Uganda confirms outbreak of Ebola in capital Kampala, 1 dead. And Black Hawk helicopter seen on surface of DC River as crash recovery continues. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The European Union has launched 300,000 grants for Eurocham Nigeria institutional development support to strengthen its secretariat, expand advocacy, and enhance external engagement for its members. The EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Gautier Magnot, announced this during Eurocham's 25th annual stakeholders conference held in Lagos. Magnot said the 300,000 three-year grant is part of the EU's effort to support Eurocham in fulfilling its mandate and expanding its membership base in Nigeria. According to him, the grant will enable Eurocham to promote trade and investment opportunities benefiting both European and Nigerian economies, while reinforcing the EU's role as Nigeria's strategic partner. The ambassador noted that launching the grant is a significant step towards deepening EU-Nigeria trade relations. The Japanese government and the United Nations Office for Project Service, UNOPS, have donated 10 vehicles, ICT equipment, and installed flood detective device to support Anambra State in mitigating flooding and other climatic challenges. The donation, which took place in Oka, was done through the Emergency Support to Climate Change Initiative in response to the impact of the 2022 flood disaster experienced in Anambra. Speaking on behalf of the Japanese government, the charge d'affaires at the Affairs Embassy of Japan in Nigeria, Mr. Hitoshi Kozaki, said the intervention was targeted at saving lives and property. Also speaking, Dr. Ifeoma Charles Omowoba, Director of UNOPS Ghana Multi-Country Office, said the project was funded by the government of Japan through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs and implemented by UNOPS. The gesture was aimed at reducing the damages caused by the yearly flooding in Anambra State and to protect the people from future disasters. Mr. Halbert Apia, project manager UNOPS, has said the project was critical in setting up and strengthening the Anambra State's resilience and capacity to respond to extreme weather effects. Responding, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, who was represented by his deputy governor, Gilbert Onyeka Chukwu Ebezim, thanked the Japanese government and UNOPS for coming to the aid of the state. An economic expert, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, says Nigeria needs to show up its production capacity to bridge the gaps in the economy. Adedipe, the founder, BAA Consults, made the assertion at the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce NBCC 2025 Economic Outlook in Lagos. He noted that the fundamental problems of developing countries such as Nigeria have been reduced to food, energy, and manufacturing deficit. The economist said the reforms the country had undergone, such as fuel subsidy removal, banks recapitalization, fiscal consolidation, unified exchange rate, and tax reforms, were inevitable. He, however, noted that some fiscal challenges, such as high debt service to revenue ratio, low revenue, and high inflation, among others, strain the country's economic dynamics. Adedipe added that in 2025, economic reforms would begin to pay off, while inflation would likely reach an inflection point early in the year. Mr. Ray Ateli, President NBCC, said the event was designed to provide businesses, industry leaders, and policymakers with the critical insights to navigate the evolving economic landscape. The House of Representatives Committee on Petroleum Upstream has raised concerns about the budget figures presented by the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NAITI, describing them as unrealistic going by the nation's current economic challenges. The committee criticized several provisions in the budgets, including the 32 million naira allocation for stakeholder welfare, including National Assembly members. The lawmakers also expressed concern about the priority given to the certain expenses, questioning their necessity in the face of present financial constraints.
The population, our people, for whom we are all here standing for and holding brief for them, are also crying out. Then agencies of government like your own must also be mindful of what to expend out of public coffers. All of these presentations you have made, the expenditures proposed, are all going to be done at the expense of the public. And sometimes you tend to make some presentation that sounds funny and very insulting in the eyes of the people. When you now, for instance, say in your projection, item 22020006, that welfare packages in form of ex gratia, health insurance, welfare packages to staff and some critical stakeholders during festive periods. The narrative, the language you are using there is quite indicting, and that will attract a very, very negative response from the members of the public.
And in your justification, you mentioned the National Assembly. I can't remember this committee inviting us to come for oversight, to come and eat in your establishment. So refreshments and meals, 32 million naira. No matter the type of stakeholders that come to you throughout the year, there's no way. What are you serving? People don't serve more than tom-tom and Coke and water. There's never any time you serve meals.
Now, the best sharp empty 5051 colored photocopier is just about 4.1 million. If you use that to divide your 81 million, that means you are buying about 19 photocopier for whose office? And then you have a shredding machine. The highest you get is about 240k. And then you want to spend 6 million, you are buying about 25 pieces of that.
To resolve the issues, the committee chairman announced the formation of a sub-panel, which met with NATIS behind closed doors. Earlier in his presentation to the committee, NATIS Executive Secretary Oji Obunaya provided a breakdown of the agency's 2024 expenditure and 2025 budget proposal. He revealed that the ongoing efforts by the agency in collaboration with the EFCC to recover 6 billion naira in stolen funds and 66 billion naira owed the government by operators in the sector. The NATIS boss argued that as a specialized agency, the organization is expected to meet certain international standards.
22 million, motor vehicle cost 72 million, motor vehicle fuel cost, plant generator cost 35.5 million, bank charges 3.7 million, insurance premium 71.0 million, refreshments and meals 32.5 million. Then the template is not universally convenient for all agencies. You find the operations that are peculiar to NATIS. For instance, NATIS is an international. There are basic obligations that we owe the country to comply and remain compliant to the international community.
NATIS proposed 2025 budget totals 6.5 billion naira, comprising 2.2 billion naira for personnel costs, 1.7 billion naira for overhead, and 2.5 billion naira for capital expenditure. Specific allocations include 175 million naira for the repair of new office gates, 155 million naira for the purchase of additional vehicles, 167 million naira for data acquisition, 38 million naira for the library books, and 8.1 million naira for photocopiers. The Nigerian Immigration Service, NIS, has intercepted 21 minors suspected to be victims of trafficking at the Gaidam border post in Yobe. The Yobe State Comptroller of the NIS, Mr. Sani Solejaga, disclosed this while landing or handing over the children to the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, for further investigation. Sule Jega said the minors aged between 7 and 15 were without travel documents and were being transported from Magama local government area of Niger State to the Republic of Niger. The suspected trafficker, identified as Abubakar Sadiq, claimed the children were being taken to Niger Republic for educational purposes. He said their parents requested him to find affordable schools for them in Maini, Niger Republic. The latest tragedy that struck at the Ugwanyama section of the ENUGU-Onitsha Express Road has prompted fresh calls for the federal government to complete the road project, which was commenced about 43 years ago. The fuel tanker explosion, which happened along the roads, claims tens of lives, leaving several people wounded and over 15 vehicles and other property reduced to junks. Signature TV correspondent Chinemere Mike has been digging deep into circumstances surrounding Ugwanyama, which has earned it the unenviable status of a killing field.
The 100-kilometer Enugu-Onitsha Expressway appears to have assumed notoriety as perhaps the road with the longest history of abandonment in the country. The expressway, which was started by the Obasanjo military administration in the mid-70s, received some attention under the civilian administration of Shehu Shagari between 1979 and 1983, but was never fully completed and officially commissioned before the military struck again in December 1983. The road, which is a major highway connecting the southwest through the River Niger to the southeast, south-south, and northern Nigeria through Benue and Kogi states, is one of the busiest roads in the country. Yet, it remains about the least to receive federal government's attention. Realizing the importance of the road to the economy of the Southeast and indeed all Nigerians, it remained a ready campaign item for various political office seekers. But none of those who assumed political power thereafter ever thought it fit to complete the project till date. The Ugwanyama section of the road, which lies on the stretch from Enugu to 9th Mile, has remained the most deplorable and dilapidated section, causing discomfort and dislocation to thousands of its users. As a result, constant breakdowns of vehicles, especially heavy-duty and articulated trucks, often resulting in deaths, accidents, and destruction of valuable goods and property, including foodstuffs and other commodities. Behind each accident is a tale of human error, neglect, and a lack of accountability. The most recent fuel tanker explosion that claimed tens of lives is only one of the several mishaps that have happened on the road, promoting renewed calls for more serious attention to be given to the road. A member of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and president of 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce, Leonard Ugu, gave an account of the road since construction commenced around 1982. He pointed at the refuse dump axis as the major deadly spot where most tragic accidents occur, emphasizing the need for road realignment and strict enforcement of traffic regulations.
With the bend there, the curve there, which needs to be realigned by surveyors, we can never avoid these accidents. Because it is steeping, it is curving, heavy trucks are plying that road. And we know that most of these things, when they are heavily loaded, you can have brake failures. And once they have brake failures, a lot of things happen. That's why once there's any accident, you think of our so many vehicles affected because it's descending. That is one major cause. Then secondly, I've advocated there should be line of trees at the edge of each of the lanes, like hitherto in Milking Hill. If trees are planted, once there's an accident, it can now form a wedge.
The Director of Vehicle Inspection Office, VIO, in Enugu, Val Chime, who acknowledged the poor condition of the road, also blamed human factor, especially among drivers of tankers and articulated vehicles.
The of the drivers also contributes to the accident. Most times we have drivers from far away distances, you know, it's an express road. Most of them, as a result of fatigue, when they get to that road, they can't be able to control their vehicle. So the best solution remains to inform approaching vehicles about the nature of the road. If you are warned that this place is slopey, and that is exactly what we are planning to do now. We are trying to establish a vehicle inspection point just before the downward slope, so as to even inspect vehicles before they go down.
Road users, business owners, and tanker drivers also share their perspectives on the common causes of accidents on Ugonya.
Trailer drivers are still causing it. The majority, houses, many of them are taking drugs. Many of them are doing such of things for their brain to be very high. I don't know how to stop all those things. Many things are causing it. Speed is part of people is in a haste.
Very well. It's affecting our business. It's affecting because that Saturday that this thing happened, we all left. We all went home because who are you selling again to? So everybody was devastated and very angry.
But what happened before? I know who's ever showed, who's ever at the shop too much. And the other one at the ceremony. All of them are choosing to go and get them because someone and cause all the
For the Enugu Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Franklin Abakoba, the bad condition of the road is a ticking time bomb with potholes and uneven terrain, making navigating the road a nightmare.
Newly constructed lane, we have the lane that is yet to be constructed. So first and foremost, they should fix that, lane inward bound Enugu. If it was fixed, that crash that happened on Saturday ought not to have happened. That tanker driver ought to have used, his lane rather than, facing oncoming vehicles. That is one. Then two, to forestall what happened on the 25th day of January 2025, at least let us see how we can curtail articulated vehicles using that new lane. I am suggesting that there should be a barrier by the Cochin Junction. That barrier should, be the height that articulated vehicles will not be able to pass through. Let me also say this. At the axis where this crash, or the location where the crash occurred on Saturday, a good look of that, location, you will observe that the place is slopey. Okay. The gradient is high. So if ROCC can go back there, what we say, go back to the drawing board, but no, this one is go back to site. Bring down that slope. It's doable. Reduce that height. So that eventually there is a brake failure, the driver can, be able to maneuver the vehicle.
The contract for the rehabilitation of the road, which was re-awarded to MTN in 2023, was stalled when the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, directed all contractors handling federal road projects to resort to the use of concrete instead of asphalt in the construction. The ROCC, which was executing the contract for the MTN, said it cannot bear the extra cost of using concrete, which was far above the original contract figure. There, however, seemed to be hope in the horizon for the road, following a tripartite meeting held on Wednesday between the Works Minister, federal legislators, and the MTN on how to resolve the impasse for work to resume on the road.
We hope, and that's why I want us to be covered, that the politics of this project should stop. It's not only here that politics are being played, and the contractors will go to town lobbying people to be demarcating the ministry. But they will not say that anybody in this ministry has asked you to give them a go. But some contractors just want selective treatment. And if we do that, we will destroy the system.
Stories of the Ugwu-Onyama Road are replete with harrowing tales, highlighting the urgent need for collective action to mitigate risks associated with the areas, which gives it out as a scene of agony and anguish. First, for the government to resolve all issues encumbering the completion of the road. For the road users to exercise greater caution, and finally, a more effective enforcement for traffic laws and regulations by the relevant agencies to check the culture of impunity on Ugwu-Onyama Road. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
A three-story building at its finishing stage has collapsed in Awka, the Anambra State capital. The structure, which was at the roofing stage, caved in around 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Correspondent Dennis Chukwuadalu, who visited the scene, reports that no life was lost in the incident.
The ill-fated structure is situated by Kilometer 13 on ENUGU Expressway, Awka, beside a popular eatery in the capital city known as Diamond Pizza. According to bystanders, a traffic sound was heard around 5 o'clock in the evening, followed by dust-filled air, just like in a whirlwind. In a matter of seconds, the building came down from its Olympian height to its very foundation. A staff of one of the showrooms in the vicinity spoke on the incident.
So actually, nothing happened. How many of you were working here? Yesterday, as I'm working, I can't count the number of people.
The nearby building, housing a television outstation in Awka, was saved by the whiskers, as one of the small portion of it was affected by the fall. A mason who was working at the site, Cletus Ofogo, said the only two victims, who are carpenters at the site, are now receiving treatment at a nearby hospital.
Just a heavy sound and then a lot of turbulence, like the building was really shaking. And everywhere was just filled with dust. Before, people were outside gathering, trying to remove people that are inside the building. After much, he said it was one old man that was remaining. I'm not sure if they brought him out yet. Obviously, I was afraid because you don't even know where the sound is coming from. You too, you can't see anything. Everywhere was just dusty and all. But after a while, the dust settled and we were able to go in there and check.
The incident attracted the Anambra State Deputy Governor, Dr. Ikechukwu Ibezim, some commissioners, and the Awka South Local Government's chairman, as well as officers of the Awka Capital Territory Development Agency, who have commenced the process of evacuation. The issue of collapsed buildings has become a source of national concern as it keeps raising its ugly head in various parts of the country. The Anambra State Director of National Orientation Agency, Edozie Ajebu, underscored the need for people to do due diligence, right from site clearing through materials testing to structural checks at each level of development.
You follow the due process of whatever you are doing. There are always a process that should be followed in building, in going to school, anything you are doing, there is a process. And don't short corners. It's always good to follow that process. I believe maybe some people must have changed or not done the proper thing. That's why you're having this scenario. So it's time saves now. It's always good to follow the due process.
Nigerians have been losing a lot in terms of human and material resources at every building collapse. That one expects drastic actions by various levels of government to check the trend. Dennis Chukwuadalu, Signature TV News.
Still to come, 45 arrested in Africa over anti-terrorism, drug stings, Interpol. Wichita, cancer, interfaith leaders pray for plane crash victims. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The global police body, Interpol, says it has arrested over 45 people in West Africa over the past 3 months in operation targeting drug trafficking and financing of terrorism. Interpol, which is headquartered in France, states that those arrested included a suspected Islamic State member at the borders between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, and a North African suspected of aiming to travel through Europe to join ISIS in Syria. It added that cocaine valued at more than $50 million was also confiscated in Cape Verde, as well as 10 tons of amphetamines in Burkina Faso. The operation, it said, marks a critical step in disrupting transnational organized crime networks that threaten regional stability and undermine efforts to build peace and foster development across West Africa. Figure skaters that were aboard an American Airlines regional passenger plane that crashed near Reagan Washington National Airport were honored with a moment of silence ahead of the start of the ISU European Figure Skating Championships in Tallinn. The U.S. skating community was in mourning after learning some of the country's most promising young figure skaters, as well as parents and coaches, were aboard the crashed plane. The sport's national governing body said that the athletes, coaches, and family members on board the flights were returning from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships held this year in Kansas. The Skating Club of Boston said it lost 6 individuals from its organization: athlete Jada Han and her mother, Jean Han, athlete Spencer Lane and his mother, Christine Lane, and coaches Vadim Nomov and Yevgenia Shishkova, also known as Genia. Shishkova and Nomov, who were married to each other, won the World Championships in pairs figure skating in 1994. And U.S. media said they had lived in the United States since at least 1998, where they trained young ice skaters.
Today, we are brought together by our sport in a way that we could never have imagined. Tragically, it has been sadly confirmed that figure skaters, family members, and their coaches, former world champions, are among the lost in the crash which occurred yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. I would like to share with you the words of ISU President Mr. Jae-Yu Kim, who is on his way to Tallinn and will be here with us tomorrow. Today, the world of figure skating is heartbroken. We share our deepest, most sincere condolences with the families and friends of all those who lost their lives in this terrible crash. To lose so many members of our community in this way brings sadness beyond words. Please join us now in a moment of silence as we think of those who have been lost and their loved ones.
The Greater Wichita Ministerial League held a prayer service at the City Hall on Thursday, January 30, following the collision between an American Airlines jet and a military helicopter near Washington Reagan National Airport. The plane with 64 passengers and crew was en route on Wednesday, January 29 to Washington from Wichita, Kansas, when it was involved in a mid-air collision with a U.S. Army helicopter. The U.S. Ice Skating National Governing Body said athletes, coaches, and family members were returning from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships held this year in Kansas. All 64 people aboard the flights from Wichita, Kansas, and 3 soldiers on a U.S. Army helicopter were believed dead on Thursday after the 2 aircraft collided in a fiery explosion near Washington, D.C.
Let's continue to use our words for comfort, for uniting one another, and use our actions to really help and assist those of us who need that extra hand up. Today, we want to have a prayer that will give comfort to those who still have uncertainty, difficulty, and need words of wisdom from our faith leaders.
We pray for the consolation that only you can give to those who are mourning the sudden death of their loved ones in this tragic moment. We pray for those who are tasked with the recovery mission, for their safety in times of peril,
We don't know what the day will bring, but we do know that when we come together as one, there is power in prayer, power in community. We pray for comfort in this time of uncertainty.
As we navigate this time of tragedy, loss, and profound sorrow, we turn to you for guidance. May your comforting presence inspire hope in the hearts of all who have been impacted, granting them strength to overcome this difficult time.
This is a very difficult time. It's an international tragedy which has hit very close to home, to our home here in Wichita. The Lubavitch Rebbe taught that when we are in a very difficult and dark time, this is a time right before the greatest light. It is our duty and our privilege to light a small candle, a small flame, which will push away a lot of darkness.
We don't know what's coming next. And time together should be precious, and that we should maybe do better than we've been doing at caring for one another in spite of differences and all the things that could separate us from one another. Let us remember that love never fails.
The U.S. Army helicopter that collided with a passenger plane late on Wednesday, January 29, was seen at the surface of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. on Thursday, January 30. The Black Hawk helicopter struck an American Airlines passenger jet near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, with both aircraft plunging into the Potomac River between Washington, D.C. and Virginia. Authorities have said there were no survivors. The cause of the crash is under investigation. The airport is located in Arlington, Virginia, across the river from Washington. Investigators aboard boats on Thursday, January 30, collected and analyzed debris from the media collision that previous day between an American Airlines jet and the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. The disaster occurred as the passenger jet was approaching to land at the Reagan. Radio communications between the air traffic control tower and the Black Hawk shows the helicopter crew knew the plane was in the vicinity. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said both the helicopter and the airplane had been flying standard flight patterns and there had been no breakdown in communication. More than 60 people were feared dead, and the District of Columbia Fire Chief said 28 bodies had been recovered from the river so far in what was shaping up to be the deadliest U.S. air disaster in more than 20 years. The cause of the crash is under investigation. Panamanian President Jose Raul Molino ruled out discussing control over the Panama Canal in a meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is set to visit the Central American country in his first official trip abroad this weekend. Molino's comments during a weekly press conference come after U.S. President Donald Trump threatens to take control of the canal, claiming it is being operated by China. The Panamanian government strongly denies the accusation. The canal, an 82-kilometer, 51-mile artificial waterway that connects the Pacific and the Atlantic Oceans and is key to global trade flows, is operated by the Panama Canal Authority, an autonomous agency overseen by the Panamanian government. The United States built the canal in the early 20th century and handed control to Panama in 1999, 2 decades after signing a set of treaties guaranteeing its permanent neutrality. But Trump has said that this treaty is being violated, claiming China controls the canal and has soldiers there without offering evidence. He also argues that the United States is being overcharged for transit through the canal. The Olympic movement needs to do more to protect the planet, says IOC presidential candidate Johan Eliask. The Swede, who led sports brand head and is currently heads up the International Ski and Snowboard Federation, is considered an outsider to replace Thomas Bach, but believes his combination of green and business credentials would stand the IOC in good stead. Speaking in Louisiana, the 62-year-old insisted that the IOC must respond decisively to a number of challenges it will face in the next decade, including how better to deal with the environmental impact of big sporting events.
This is a very special position, and Yes, sport has the ability to unite people in a magic way, but it also offers hope. Hope that anything is possible. And in a divisive and sometimes disrupted world, we need hope more than ever. I think for a job like this, you need to understand business. You need to understand sport. You need to also understand the political issues in depth. Defending our political neutrality is going to be very important going forward. Athletes can't choose where they were born, and they must never be weaponized for political purposes. Full stop. I think there are some negotiations coming up here soon. We need to choose what kind of broadcaster we want to be. We need to make sure that the partnerships we offer are really attractive to our sponsors.
Tens of thousands of people protested across Germany on Thursday night, January 30, against the Conservatives led by Chancellor hopeful Friedrich Merz for pushing through a bill on tighter immigration control with the help of a far-right Alternative for Germany AfD the previous day. In Munich, thousands of people lit the night sky outside the Conservatives' Bavarian headquarters with their mobile phones, while in Berlin, the Alliance Together Against the Right staged a protest outside Merz's CDU offices. Christian Democrat leader Merz, a frontrunner to succeed Olaf Scholz after the February 23rd elections, rejected suggestions he had breached mainstream parties' firewall against the AfD, saying his bill was necessary regardless of who chose to back it. Merz intends to present another proposal to Parliament on Friday, which he told supporters in Dresden would introduce the words limitation of immigration into the law. The AfD, which is polling second in most surveys behind Merz's conservative bloc, is being monitored by German security services on suspicion of right-wing extremism. Millions of Hindu devotees gathered for a holy deep in the sacred river waters of India's northern city of Prayagraj as a part of the Kumbh Mela, a day after a stampede at a religious festival. Police said that at least 30 people were killed in the crash that occurred in the early hours of Wednesday morning. Following the incident, authorities beefed up security as devotees continued to arrive to attend the festival. More than 36 hours after dozens died in a stampede at the largest gathering of humanity in the world, relatives were still searching for their missing family members, running from one hospital to another. Meanwhile, millions of devout Hindus continued to throng the northern Indian city of Prayagraj for the Mahakumbh festival. Train and bus stations in the city saw a surge in crowds as people continued to arrive for the festival, although some devotees remained nervous after the deadly crash. Police said 30 people were killed in Wednesday's stampede and 60 were injured. Some sources said the death toll was more than 50. While authorities said there was just one stampede on Wednesday, witnesses said there had also been a second pre-dawn incident in another part of the festival area on the same morning. Authorities have ordered a probe into the incidents which occurred when people surged towards the confluence of three sacred rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and the mythical Sarawati, believed to flow underground to take a dip. On Wednesday, more than 76 million people took what is called a royal dip, taking on days considered more sacred in the river waters until 8 p.m. That's 14:30 GMT. Up ahead, UN chief demands 2,500 children be immediately medically evacuated from Gaza. Uganda capital Kampala. Break, just stay with us. Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The UN Palestinian Relief Agency, UNRWA, is continuing to deliver assistance and services in the Gaza Strip, West Bank and East Jerusalem, said UN spokesperson Stephanie Durachich, as a ban on the agency in Israel came into effect. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres demanded that 2,500 children be immediately evacuated from Gaza for medical treatment after meeting with US doctors who said that children were at imminent risk of death in the coming weeks. The 4 doctors had all volunteered in Gaza during the 15-month-long war between Israel and Palestinian militant Hamas that has decimated the enclave of more than 2 million people and its healthcare system. The World Health Organization has said more than 12,000 patients were waiting for medical evacuations, and it had hoped they could be ramped up under a ceasefire that began on January 19th.
It is committed to staying and delivering. And we've been speaking to them by phone a number of times this morning, that they are continuing to deliver assistance and services to the communities they're serving. UNRWA clinics across the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, are open. Meanwhile, the humanitarian operations in Gaza continues, including with UNRWA work there. UNRWA says it is committed to staying and delivering.
Meanwhile, 5 Thai hostages freed by Hamas arrived at Shamir Medical Center in Israel. Thena Poksag, Santhian Sowan Khan, Srorian Wachara, Siathal Banawat, and Romnao Surasak were welcomed by Ambassador Panava Chandramara and hospital staff waving Thai and Israeli flags. More than 250 hostages were abducted in the Hamas attack in Israel, the bloodiest single attack on Jews since the Holocaust. Among the dead and abducted were dozens of Thai agricultural workers. Commissioner General Felipe Lazzarini of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, warned of catastrophic consequences of Israel's planned ban on the operations of the agency, which was scheduled to take effect on Thursday. An Israeli law passed in October 2024 mandates an end to UNRWA's operation on Israel land, including East Jerusalem, which Israel annexed in a move not recognized internationally, and contact with Israeli authorities from Thursday. It also bars Israeli officials from any contact with UNRWA. The move has drawn condemnation from international leaders and aid groups during a Tuesday briefing to ambassadors to UN in New York. Lazzarini cautions that the Israeli legislation would threaten the lives of millions of Palestinians and risks collapsing Gaza's precarious truce.
The agency is critical for supporting a shattered population under ceasefire. And yet, in 2 days, our operation in the occupied Palestinian territory will be crippled as the legislation passed by the Israeli Knesset takes effect. The relentless assault on UNRWA is harming the lives and future of Palestinians across the occupied Palestinian territory. It is eroding the trust in the international community, jeopardizing prospect for peace and security.
Israel reiterated on Wednesday it would sever all ties with the UNRWA starting on Thursday, accusing the agency of employing Hamas operatives and enabling terror activity in Gaza. UNRWA, which provides vital healthcare, education and emergency services to millions of Palestinians, denied the allegations and said it has received no formal evidence from Israel to substantiate the claims. The UNRWA was established in 1949 to provide critical humanitarian aid, education and healthcare services to Palestinian refugees in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, as well as in Jordan, Syria and Lebanon. As of January 28, 2024, UNRWA operates 58 official refugee camps across Gaza and neighboring countries, supporting approximately 5.9 million registered refugees. France's foreign minister was undertaking a diplomatic mission to the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and Rwanda on January 30 as part of efforts to prevent an escalation after M23 rebels backed by Rwandan troops marched into the eastern Congolese city of Goma. Foreign Ministry spokesman Christophe Lemoyne said that Minister Joan Noel Barrot's mission came after President Emmanuel Macron had spoken to his counterpart Felix Tshisekedi and Paul Kagame. Barrot's mission was aimed at supporting the ongoing Luanda and Nairobi mediation efforts, added the spokesperson. The United Nations is deeply concerned by credible reports that Rwanda-backed M23 rebels in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are rapidly moving towards South Kivu's capital, Bukavu. UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric said the UN's peacekeeping mission in Congo, known as MONUSCO, said there are also reports of Rwanda troops crossing the border in that direction, Dujarric says.
We are deeply concerned by the situation in South Kivu particularly, which remains very volatile, with credible reports that the M23 is moving rapidly towards the city of Bukavu. In addition, our colleagues in the peacekeeping mission say that there are reports of Rwandan Defense Forces cross-border movements in that direction.
A Russian drone struck a multi-story apartment building in the northeastern Ukrainian city of Sumy early on January 30, killing 9 people and injuring 13, including a child, President Volodymyr Zelensky said in his nightly video address. Russia launched 81 drones at the Ukraine overnight, damaging businesses and homes around the country, the Ukraine military said. The Air Force shot down 37 drones while 39 others did not reach their targets. It did not specify what happened to the 5 remaining drones. Russia denies deliberately targeting civilians, but thousands have been killed and injured after Moscow's troops launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President Donald Trump's pick to run the top U.S. health agency, argued on Thursday, January 30, that his views on vaccines were misrepresented in a charged Senate Health Committee hearing, with a top Republican saying he had reservations about the nominee's misleading arguments. The hearing was the second in 2 days for Kennedy, during which he squared off with Democrats and some Republicans over his past comments on vaccines, abortion, and COVID-19, among other topics. During wide-ranging questioning on Thursday, Kennedy spoke more confidently than the day prior, adjusting the characterization of previous statements and saying he would support the U.S. children's vaccination schedule, research and development for bird flu, and scientific data on vaccine safety. Kennedy, who founded the anti-vaccine group Children's Health Defense, argued during both hearings that he was not against vaccines. Thursday's hearing in front of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor and Pensions is a courtesy hearing with no vote planned. However, Republican Senators Cassidy, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins sit on the committee, all of whom are seen as potential swing votes against Kennedy.
So your past of undermining confidence in vaccines with unfounded or misleading arguments concerns me. Can I trust that that is now in the past? Can data and information change your opinion, or will you only look for data supporting a predetermined conclusion?
I'm going to be an advocate for strong science. You show me those scientific studies, and you and I can meet about it. And there are other studies as well, and I'd love to show those to you.
Does a 70-year-old man, 71-year-old man who spent decades criticizing vaccines and who's financially vested in finding fault with vaccines, can he change his attitudes and approach now that he'll have the most important position influencing vaccine policy in the United States? Will you continue what you have been, or will you overturn a new leaf at age 70? I recognize, man, if you come out unequivocally, vaccines are safe, it does not cause autism, that would have an incredible impact. That's your power. Will it be using the credibility to support lots of articles, or will it be using credibility to undermine? And I got to figure that out for my vote. So that's my dilemma, man. And you may be hearing from me over the weekend. I once again thank you for your time.
There's many times I've been wrong about science. If you look at my Instagram account, when I'm wrong, I apologize for it. And I say I was wrong. I don't have any problem. Science is a process of challenging hypotheses with new evidence.
Were the scientists who told us that the COVID vaccine was imperative, and President Trump who told us that it was this great thing, were they right, or were you right? Was the COVID vaccine successful in saving millions of lives?
I don't know. We don't have a good surveillance system, unfortunately.
We don't know?
I don't think anybody can say that. if you show me science that says
but
that.
You know, Bobby, you say, if I show you, you're applying for the job. I mean, clearly, you should know this. And that is, the scientific community has established that COVID vaccines save millions of lives, and you're casting doubt.
You were on a show on February 26, 2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction.
And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. Let's join me. So it's a beautiful day, and it's beautiful because it's the last day in the month of January 2025. We're excited about it, very, very, very excited, but something I wasn't really excited about through the month of January, the fact that there hasn't been any very fantastic news to be cheery about. I mean, all of the times that we've come here, we have hardly ever given you good news, except for people's birthdays. Yeah, birthdays, at least just a day that you would remember that you were born on that day and you're excited that you were, giving birth to on that particular day. And besides that, there's nothing really beautiful about this particular month. I mean, we've seen several accidents, we've seen several issues in this country. In fact, the most recent was just yesterday. I saw a headline that got me thinking, look, we are in deep trouble. I had said this earlier, that even if we had a tanker spilling its content again, just like what we have seen in Diko in Niger State, what we have seen in ENUGU, Wanyama access, and people will still again do the same thing. And I don't know whether we are taking precaution. And when you hear those things, you will say, okay, maybe you know what, it is what it is, right? Poverty. The next thing someone is thinking of is probably trying to cheat the next person, or maybe greed is making them go to the next level by taking what doesn't belong to them. I still believe that, really, that if you have the strength to go take contents that isn't belonging to you, or steal something that doesn't belong to you, you probably have, you probably don't have, that so-called moral as a human being, even as a person. Because I really don't get it. I mean, people say it's poverty, but you left your home going out for something, right? So why did you then decide to change course from going to where you were going to make your ends, living? Why then steal from somebody? Were you anticipating an accident so that you can steal from people who are accidented? Were you anticipating, a tanker spill so that you can steal from them? Of course, you were not anticipating that. But then we've seen that happen over and over and over again. But there's this particular headline that happened in Oyo State that is quite striking. Now, a tanker also spilled its content somewhere in Oyo State. And guess what? People were around, the firefighters who came to help that situation were attacked because they stopped people from scooping fuel. You can imagine that scenario. Somebody is stopping you. The firefighters were stopping you from danger. But instead, you are attacking those who are stopping you from danger, to spill, to take content that doesn't belong to you. It is scary, really. I mean, this situation is beginning to, go out of hand. And I believe that, just like what the governor said, Governor of ENUGU State said, that tankers must start looking to, installs, the anti-spill device on their tankers so that whenever that accident happened, they don't spill, and then you don't have a situation where things explode. I really don't think that is the whole, gamut of what we can do to solve the problem. But I feel that there's something more. I think we should start thinking of using pipe to transport some of these content. Or better still, maybe restrict vehicles, these heavy-duty vehicles, to a certain time of the day. I don't know. I really don't know. I just feel there's something more that we can do with what's going on. Welcome, everybody. This is the last day in the month of January. I'm excited about it. I hope you are. Let's go straight to the headlines on our dailies this morning. So we begin on the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. On the Daily Trust, Akonde, how I convinced Tinubu to run for president. Appeal court affirms IPOB as terrorist group. Democracy has come to stay in Nigeria, says Abdul Salami. Fresh controversy trails IGP's tenure extension. Showore insists Egbetokun stay illegal. Nothing wrong with his status. AGF Agbemi speaks. Sacking top cop will save Nigeria embarrassment. Police Council duly confirmed, says FHQ. Hajj 2025, low turnout as fare payment deadline ends today. It has to be. I mean, you have to eat first before going for Hajj. Northern Elders fault ex-NHIA boss arrest as court remands Yusuf in EFCC custody. Low crude supply mars Naira for crude scheme. Dangote gets 61,290 barrel per day for March as against 380,000 barrel per day mandate. Residents attack firefighters, preventing them from scooping fuel. This is a stunning headline. I mean, most of the time you hear headlines like people going all out to scoop fuel, or the resident attacking firefighters, from stopping them from scooping fuel from a tanker that has just spilled its contents. It is crazy. I really don't know. It is crazy. Anyway, on the Nigerian Tribune this morning, Presidency El-Rufai trade words over governance and opposition. With the writer, be ready to defend your vote, Amechi tells Nigerians, says politicians kill, maim to remain in power. We owe survival of our democracy to people's resilience, says Abdul Salami. Banks comply with court ruling lifting ex parte Mareva order against GHL. Appeal court affirms order prescribing IPOB as terrorist group. Immigration intercepts 21 minors illegally taken out of Nigeria. FIRS exceeds 2024 revenue targets, collected 21.6 trillion naira, says Adedeji. With the rider agency gets 25.2 trillion naira target for 2025. FIRS most important agency now, says Finance Minister. Labour proposes 5% increase, gears up for February for protest over telecom tariff hike. DSS grills Lagos lawmakers over Obasa's removal. With the rider, lawmakers released after hours of interrogation. Quite an interesting headline. DSS grills Lagos lawmakers over Obasa's removal. Lawmakers released after hours of interrogation. Okay, interesting. Trying to turn it all out. Still on the Nigerian Tribune, Owa Iwajo Court nullifies Adeleke's executive order on Famodun's removal. We're moving over now to the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian this morning, just below the mast, optimism as West African cities get $50 billion lifeline, fresh bid for electricity. Atiku falls to Tinubu's harassment as Amechi warns of power cling. Tax reform bills, Lamido Galadima reopen anti-Norse rhetoric with inheritance tax. Cardoso says Naira reverting to true value as confidence returns. Appeal courts affirms IPOB's prescription on ESN's 4th anniversary. 17 contractors received 2.4 billion naira failed to execute projects report revealed. 17 contractors received 2.4 billion naira failed to execute project report reveals. Federal government unveils $23.2 billion energy compact targets, $15.5 billion private investments. All the details you can find on the Guardian. Now over to the Nigerian Blueprint newspaper. On the Blueprint, despite our challenges, no substitute for civil rule, says Abdul Salami. Where the writer says 100 years enough to evolve formidable democratic pillars, we sorely need to rid ourselves of mutual suspicion, says Ayim. IPAC, INEC, collaborations yielding results, says Yakubu. Women to lead Africa's $29 trillion economic transformation agenda, says Shatima. Banks comply with court ruling lifting ex parte Mareva order against GHL. Sarakinya King Zazao Rewanyaya slums dies at public function. Cardoso, our reforms yielding significant results. Napoli rejects Galatasaray's offer for Osimhen. All the details you can find on the Blueprints newspaper. And now to the Daily Times newspaper. Court grants Sowore 10 million naira bail after declaring police IG illegal. Federal government wants NGOs partnership on youth employment. I sacked 5 commissioners for underperformance, Governor Mutfwang. I sacked 5 commissioners for underperformance, says Governor Mutfwang. Tunji Ojo advocates technical skill acquisition in tertiary institutions. Tinubu is committed to fixing infrastructure in Southeast, says Zumahi. PDP press call console Governor Makinde over brothers' deaths. Deputy Speaker Kalu advocates death penalty reforms in new constitution. And now to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, domestic shortfall. NNPC marketers import 633 million litres of fuel. Domestic shortfall. NNPC marketers import 633 million litres of fuel. 67 dead as plane helicopter collide mid-air in the United States. PDP crisis. Stakeholders demand Wike Bauchi governors' truce as governors meet today. Fubara's camp wants Damagom kicked out as chairman. Opposition governors converge on Asaba. All right. The meeting they're having today is going to be quite an interesting one. South Africa, Rwanda clash over DR Congo conflicts. South Africa, Rwanda clash over DR Congo conflict. APC, PDP differ over Amechi's power-drunk politicians' comments. Headsmen kill 5 laborers on Ondo farm. Lagos Assembly insists Obasa's removal legal as DSS grills lawmakers. Banks complied with court ruling on ex parte Marever order. GHL. All the details you can find on the Punch newspaper this morning. All right, so we're done with the headlines on the dailies. We're going straight to the discussions segments of this program. Nduka, Maduka, Chris Maduka, don't know what I'm thinking about, but Maduka Chris joins us this morning. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. You calling me
Nduka.
Is it the end of the month? You have the end of the month, you know.
End of the month fever.
You have been excited about it, but like you also made a comment the other way. I'm not excited. Firefighters were fought by people who want to scoop.
It's so funny. Like, I don't understand it.
Is it?
Like,
there's sometimes we need to stop to laugh at things that are happening in Nigeria, no matter how tragic, and how heart-rending, you know, how bad it is. You stop once to laugh. You know why? When I sit here and tell you Nigerians do not value their life any longer because of hardship and hunger, you thought I was joking. And they were like, why? You were even asking that question. But today, I think if you can reflect on your question, you find that there's nothing you can do unless to solve the major problem. It's not leave the symptoms, cure the sickness. That is only where and when you can find Nigerians see liquid gold, a liter, 1,400 naira liquid, spill, and they won't go. They will ask you, what is life all about? It gives me of a joke. They said one guy is a tribe in Nigeria. They said they like money. That tribe like money. And they're making joke. He said thief came and they were like, your money or your life. And the man said, take the life, leave the money. What is life without money? So we can preach and sermonize about this. The reality of the problem is that there is hunger and hardship in Nigeria. Until that is done, you can see a trailer load of 33,000 liters or even more. Some of them are, 66,000. That's double tank trailers, and those are the ones that have issues. So when we are talking about it, reminds me, and I just flashed in my head. I hardly find the smaller ones, 33,000, having this massive accident that cost. So can't they, if they must lift by road, lift them in small tanks of 33,000 instead of all those 66,000. You know, that one is that lengthy. You used to count them 21 tires, 32, 24 tires, 26 tire trailers. Some of them are up to 28 tires trailer. That will tell you it's a trailer on its own, moving on motorway and carrying that enormous quantity of liquid, inflammable, flammable liquid along the road. In a tropical country like Nigeria, where everything is just fodder for the fire. Everything. And on a highway, heated up, where every single engine. Have you passed by, I passed by some engines in Nigeria when things were okay, when people are running their ACs and they're inside the vehicle. And I start asking myself why we have the environment that is heated up. The heat that come out of an engine that is working. So imagine an engine of a car. We are in ENUGU. Take a vehicle from ENUGU to Onitsha. Stop, open the engine, and look at the heat. That is one that when it gets in contact with liquid fuel, it will not spark fire. Is that what you're telling me? And we have so many of them on Nigerian roads, and these tankers are struggling for the way, right of way with them. And it's just any spark. We lose number of people. We can't lose in a full-blown war. Ukraine and Russia have been fighting. Today we're trying to look at certain things. The number of people Nigerians are losing in different, when we say in Nigerian situation, accident can occur. But this accident, when you have make sure you have prevented it to a certain level, if you occur, you now say, okay, try your best. But preventable deaths in Nigeria, kidnap, hunger, hardship, sickness, then tanker explosions. Because our subsequent government and people in power are playing politics with where the rail will run. And they still want to lay pipes. There was in those days Nigeria can even sustain laying pipes from one end of Nigeria to another. In that spirit of exploitation, you lay pipe from Port Harcourt, River State, to Sokoto, Kaduna. The money it costs you to lay pipe can as well take a rail from that portion to the other end. But because you don't want some other tribes in Nigeria to enjoy rail, you want to lay pipe. And you want to patronize the market of these accelerated vehicle manufacturers abroad, bringing them in large. You know the number of these vehicles in Nigeria to lift fuel. These days now, now is Lagos to the extreme part of north. And some parts, now that they say the refineries, now they say the refineries in rivers are functional and the firm won't worry. You now start having massive number of those trucks moving from this, heading towards that way. Nigerians, if you ever go traveling towards northern Nigeria, you will now start seeing the beauty of this country with when it's a heat, when you are moving on the road, you see how the heat on the road can, even when you are moving, if you drop a drop of fuel, it can catch fire, even on the road. And these are the risk in Nigeria. Nobody is thinking about it. When it happens like that, of course, nobody will think about it because the number of Nigerians that have died in this kind of death, they never touch anybody in the House of Assembly. You never touch anybody in the Federal House of Representatives, nor Senate. They travel by air. Even when they want to travel long distances, their convoys will go and wait for them at the nearest airport and pick them. short distance to take them home with retinue of security. There is God. There is God. Nigerians, there is God. But even when you have decided not to recognize God, recognize humanity. Doesn't it touch you that your fellow Nigerians are going through this and you are wallowing in welfare and comfort, and you think all is well? All is not well, oh. This silence is dangerous. Some of these things you see happening. Every Nigerian is looking for a way to survive. It includes if another tanker of fuel drop here, they will go for scooping. So don't bother. Until you cure the sickness, leave the symptom. Whatever you see now is symptoms. Nigerian government and the establishment are not interested, or whatever they are doing to cure this sickness is not working out. And they don't want to accept. To try other options. Whatever. Anybody that say anything is opposition. Even when they want to borrow from opposition, they will still go and borrow wrongly. Instead of bringing the opposition and say that a pepper ground on a mortar will be more potent in that mortar. If you want to borrow, call the person who owns the idea. He will not take anything from you, but because you don't want to be seen. And this country is for all of us. Now that it's getting bad, people are dying every day.
You know, before October last year, we hardly hear, you know, these tanker explosions here and there. I don't know.
But the season is this is the dry season, peak of dry season, and the pressure of this. Even when they feel this time, the expert was saying here, even when they overload. I remember Kayode Olagunju, retired deputy commander, saying even overloading of the tanker can be part of it, and some of them, because of distance, they want to overload. They overload before they get to the other distance. They will be selling drones of it on the way. When they get, they'll tell you the kind of things that happen in oil and gas, from the drivers to the operators, even the ones who drilled the oil from the crude source. They are all corrupt. That the drivers, I learned that even when they fill the tank, before they move from Lagos to any portion, they will be selling in drums and trying to find some other things to refill it. Somebody said that even at a point, they will, even when the thing gets to that, they will buy Omo and pour inside the fuel so that it will foam. When it's going, the tanker will, you think the thing is still full. You won't know that they've reduced your the one they're bringing to you half by selling them along the road. That's by the way. So everybody carry their own blames. But until we sit down together, begin from head to force people to fall into line. Nigerians like to be forced to fall into line, and they will follow. And it has worked out for us, so there's no need pretending. Let the leaders take the lead, force all of us to follow. And let it not be just forcing, not do like I say, but not do like I do. That won't work. Lead with example.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted the reasons why we've had this continuous tanker explosion, which has to do with the weather, the fact that it's a dry season,
yes,
dry season.
And then because you don't
but last year we also had dry season.
We do. So at a point I said, let's also look at whether some people are using that now as a weapon of mass destruction.
Okay.
With this confusion that we are running in Nigeria, anything can be. Somebody said it somewhere. Yeah. We sat there and said, let it not be that the terrorists have started using it as another source of killing people. Because at every explosion, the number of Nigerians that go with it is massive, whether we want to accept or not. Because even at a point, there were quarrels about figures. But I've stopped talking about figures of Nigerians died in accidents and issues. Because the government will never tell you the result. It's Nigerians that are dying, whether they are a single person dying. It's life of Nigeria. Some developed nations can come here and destroy a whole Nigeria to save their citizens. But Nigerians will be here discussing about figure. It's not only 20, only 30, only 100. Life of Nigerians has gone to that level. And it's a pity. It's a pity. IGP extension of tenure has controversy. Somebody said it. he was arraigned and given 10 million naira, 10 million naira bail. I don't know whether the 10 million naira bail is like the extension of the tenure of IG is legal or illegal. We don't know what basis of granting bail. You beat somebody, you say you shouldn't cry. That is what democracy. If somebody feels that that's my opinion, that Charles, you are sitting here is illegal, you say go to court. We go to court and contest it instead of harassment. That's what makes a mature democratic society. Why to gag everybody from say, and you say this is a democracy where people can say their mind, freedom of expression. They won't remember it when they start suppressing, using mallet to kill, and they start. Somebody said to a husband and wife are quarreling, and the wife said, "My husband has just gone out to sleep with other women," and the man blew his head. He said, "Who told you this?" The woman said, "Yes, the way you are reacting. If you are in your conscience, you don't think IG's extension is legal, you should be charge him to court. Bring him, come and prove that what we have done is just harassment of, you know, all those kind of things. It shows that you can't even say it when you see it. And these are the people who tell you, see something, say something, only when it puts their job, when they're not even safe. So they want you to see, if you see terror, you report terror. But when you see injustice, you can't report injustice. So that you feel comfortable. We are telling ourselves lies. It won't work. IPOP group declared illegal, reiterated by, is it Supreme Court?
Appeal Court.
Appeal Court has said that. I do not have any issue with a competent court of jurisdiction declaring any group illegal. Where I am worried is when we say that group is a terrorist organization. A group can be illegal without being terrorist. So you don't, if a group is illegal, the government said you cannot operate. I don't have issue. The government at that point, whatever view they hold, will look clearer. From that top, they see clear. I'm not in government. We put our trust in them in as much as sometimes we feel they are not doing what we want to do. But there are certain things you do with that. Is it true? We have so many groups operating in Nigeria which government may decide to say they are illegal. Stop operating. But if you say they are terrorist group and they contest it and say prove, and from all indication they are proving they are not, or people that are within them or have sympathy said these people are not, and you still insist, it doesn't work. You can all come out and say we don't just want you to operate for certain reason, not because you're a terrorist group. Because making a terrorist group or declaring a terrorist group, a lot of people see as giving a dog bad name just to kill it. That's all. So let's look at it again. The court stands. The court still has the final say whether a group is illegal or illegal. But then just the clause of saying IPOP is a terrorist group is what they want them to look through. If the court should also say you are illegal group but you're not terrorist group, some people will begin to say, okay, so let's have a basis for discussion. Even those who are members of that group can even show face for discussion and negotiation. But when, it's the American government said we don't negotiate with terror. So there's no negotiation because some government cannot want to negotiate with terrorists. That's one. APC, PDP differ over Amechi's power-drunk comment. As far as APC and PDP are, they still banter. But I was surprised they differ. Because power-drunk politicians, they are all politicians. And Amechi is also a politician who, in the interview, I watched him grant just 2 days ago. He started playing politics the first day he left university. So he's been there. He said he knows Nigerian situation more than anybody. And he said power is not dashed. You grab it. So, it may be speaking the mind of grab it, hold it, run with it,
Do anything you want to do with it.
It
But
was quite instructive.
Yeah.
That on that particular meeting, there was El-Rufai, there was Atiku, there were top government functionaries, even in this, in the opposition mainly. And even as it stands now, El-Rufai is APC. He hasn't said he's leaving. He has there has been rumor that he's leaving, but he hasn't left. Atiku is PDP. Amechi, the last time we checked, is still APC.
So what's the difference? No, what's the difference between presidency trade war with El-Rufai over ill governance comment? Then APC and PDP are trading word over are different because Amechi said power drunk.
Yes.
That means there is somewhere an issue. It's just by agreement. If we decide to. If it's power drunk politicians, the party in power feel he might be being referred to them. But even El-Rufai is a politician who was once a power drunk in certain aspects. Amechi himself has been a politician who had not perfected and got 100% of governance. So even ill governance affect him. Or even in some issues, he might have made a mistake of being power drunk in one issue or another. Because nobody is perfect. And when they come out to say the truth, you see my concern about Nigeria. Whenever you come out to want to say the truth, you become a point of attack. Why APC and PDP, this one say you are right, you are not. Is it that you don't have power drunk politicians? Is it? Why are you different? Instead of accepting and said, okay, if there are power drunk politicians among us, let us try and find a way of weaving them out so that we have human face governing system. You still want to defend that when it is obvious. Some of them faced them and said, you didn't do this thing right. If it's not power drunk that is worrying them, they shouldn't be attacking, they shouldn't differ. It's still power drunk that makes you not accept there's power drunk aspect, no matter how heavy or small it is with you. Because when you reflect, is there any element of power drunkenness in me? Maybe. And then you reflect. But when you do not even allow anybody to go towards that, it is psychology. They know that they are power drunk, and they will not allow anybody to comment on it. I join my word with Amechi and say, there are power drunk politicians in Nigeria as I speak now. And some of them are not happy wherever they are that you are saying it. It's just that I am insignificant, so they won't even bother. So when a big man like them say they realize that they are all power drunk, that's why they start differing.
He also said in that meeting that none of them seated there can defend their votes. That if the election holds today now and you are sure you're going to win that election, that if anything happens and it goes to INEC and INEC changes that particular result, that those people sitting on that seat may not be able to defend their votes.
Of course, he said so many things, and do you know what he said that touched me more? It's not about even power drunk and the people who are power drunk, they know themselves. It was the electorate Nigerians, what he said that there was one man who was chairing that meeting that said something. He said he was in Port Harcourt for a campaign for a big man who wanted to be president. The stadium was filled up. And before they finished, the stadium was empty. When he asked them, he said the crowd were paid for 2 hours. So the rented crowd came for 2 hours. So he now tell you that you rent crowd. They were saying APC, PDP, all the parties in Nigeria will call for rally in ENUGU. Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. You go there, they're all filled. You start asking yourself, is ENUGU people, are they this, what did the science called? You know, they regenerate. The same people, family of 5, husband, wife, 3 children. And also this one, you're going to sew APC uniform. Madam, so PDP. This one, so whenever it comes to the same constituency, they are calling for a rally. Because you know, they will pay for transport for you to go to rally and give you food for that day. It's the son's portion to go for, it's Apuga that is calling. So whenever any politician calls for any meeting, the hall will be filled. Rented people. Nigerians themselves are guilty of this nonsense because they are docile and cannot even decide what they want because of hunger and hardship. Where the politician got the right is to weaponize hunger. So the people now like Eneke, the wild bird, flying without perching. The hunters who are the electorate say, okay, politicians, you want to kill us? Now where are you? Call for any campaign. Now my wife turn we will show PDP uniform, go for campaign. When it is APC, maybe I will decide because it's party in power. As the head of the family, let me go. When it comes to Apuga, my son goes. If it comes to NNPP or whatever, then my daughter goes for it. So at every meeting or campaign or rally of politicians in Nigeria, the hall is filled. You think, Ijabego, their usual word in Southeast Nigeria. Ijabego means you're already there. You don't even need to go to the pool station.
Right.
But at the end of it all, you find yourself working in Alaska because the same group of people will be paid to rig the election against you, they win. So Nigerians are hired crowd when it comes to we've not come to a point where we say, oh boy Charles, this thing don't reach everybody. Make we decide how. It has not. So I still pray Nigeria, the hunger should get to a point where Nigerians say, we don't want your rice and rapper politicians. We don't want it, but let us do something and change all of you. You are all wicked. If Nigeria don't get to that point, it has to get that bad before it gets better. If now this one, where politicians are doing selective discharge of favor, bring this group, pay them ₦1, these three, they will all appear and say, Ijebego, Ijebego. This, what happened in the recent past will continue in the recent future. And Nigeria will continue to turning around in the widening gear. And the center cannot hold. God bless Nigeria. It's going to get better if we want to. God knows. Thank you, Charles.
I don't know.
For having me.
That story of Ihenema Inaka has refused to leave my head.
No.
I mean, so
Charles, but Ihenema Inaka, even now, so the way it's simple. No, is the way you make your math, and so you lie on it. The same Nigeria. Whatever politician we have today is Nigerians that molded them and make them. The lawyers, our leader, everything we have today, because every clan, people group, they will decide what they want at any particular time. It's biblical. After all, the people who said, give us Barabbas, kill Jesus, is what happened in their own time. That's what they want. So they want Barabbas and they murdered Jesus. Now, if they're still suffering the pain, that is then that will reflect and look for Jesus as Savior to come. Thank you.
All right, let's leave it there. Many thanks to you, Chris Maduka, not Chris Nduka. We're back shortly after this to stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Signature TV, and of course it's the morning show, the very last edition in the month of January. I hope you're good out there. I hope you're great. We're going to be talking about your security challenges right now, I mean, at least in the next 30 minutes or so. And it borders on the recent reports by the National Bureau of Statistics. They released the reports between 2023 and 2024. And in that report, over 600,000 Nigerians died as a result of, insecurity. And over 2.2 million Nigerians were abducted. And guess how much is involved with these abductions? Over 2 trillion naira. It's a huge market, bad market if you like, that it looks like it has really come in here to stay. And so many persons have blamed it on the lack of jobs that we have here in this part of the world. But it's just crazy. We're going to be extensively discussing this topic because it's one that would most likely rise if nothing apparently is done about it. We have here in the studio with us Dr. Stan Ukeje. He is a development economist and public affairs analyst. Good to have you. Good morning.
My pleasure being with you this morning.
Are you surprised, shocked, or maybe indifferent about the statistics by the National Bureau of Statistics stating clearly that in 1 year we had over 2 million persons abducted and over 2 trillion naira involved?
I would say it was a rude awakening, but having reflected is not surprising because when you add the numbers, even the ones that we seem to know, you can imagine that the numbers are high, quite high. I think a few months ago, medical students from the University of Maiduguri who were coming to ENUGU for a conference were kidnapped at Otukpo together with their lecturers. 30. Just recently, about 2 or 3 buses in which about 7 soldiers were traveling in Enugu State were kidnapped. So if in one day such things can happen in one place, and these are where we know, in rural areas, whole communities are taken away, and so it's possible that although the data came from a survey, it's not a complete census, it's an opinion survey. But like I say, it's a rude awakening, when you measure something, you begin to dimension it.
I mean, 2 trillion is more than state. At least I know that ENUGU state budget is 941 billion or so, 971 or thereabout. River State's budget is around 1.2 trillion in terms of their budget. We're talking just kidnapping, adoption alone. 2 trillion with an average of 2.7 million per incident.
I mean, if when kidnappers set demand and say they need 10 million, I mean, they kidnap 30 people and say each of them will be 10 million. I mean, that gives you an idea. Because if the 30 people pay 10 million each, that's 300 million. And it repeats itself in different places. And if you remember, there was an incident in Abuja in which a former minister who, while he was a minister, said he was made a professor at Futo, joined in raising funds to pay kidnappers who kidnapped the daughters of somebody in Buhari. So, I mean, if somebody as prominent as that could participate in fundraising, and a lot of, I mean, people who are affected sometimes dispose of their property in order to rescue not because the rescue will yield them anything, but they don't want to live down the feeling that there was something they could do and they didn't do it.
All right, so with these numbers rising, because I know that this figure, is much, it's more like what we probably, half of what we had the previous year. The previous year was lower. Now this is higher. So the number keeps increasing. Have we, do you think that we have finally, receded to fate? What I mean is receded to pain when these people ask for these monies. Is it a helpless situation?
Well, when something happens repeatedly, it is said that it has become normalized. Normalized. For instance, coming here now, we're driving on one side of the road from the command, the police command or the military center, up to Ababa here. There are people who are born in Nigeria who do not know that vehicles have to drive on the right, because for a long time, people have been maneuvering. So if a child, you send the child to school, the school bus drives against traffic, drives in between the road, parks anywhere. I'm sure when the child grows up and you tell the child that as a driver you have to drive on, you say, when did that start? From my infancy, I've seen, so I've become normalized. I mean, can you imagine the Chibok girls? How many years? It's becoming normalized.
When you say normalize, I'm beginning to see it from the portion of the fact that the government really have nothing to do, or maybe a little, if you like, because for you to be able to cough out 10 million naira, it means you are at a certain level of status in the country, or cough out that amount of monies. We understand that sometimes these monies can go from 10 to 2 million to sometimes even 1 million, and sometimes even things can go bad. They collect your money and still not release the hostage, and probably even kill the hostage. Recently, I really don't know, maybe you could explain this. They said that the government is adding bad activity to the GDP. Does this show you that these things are things like thieving, stealing, things that can be added to the GDP? Is it what the government is trying to do?
Well, you are confirming what I'm saying about normalization, because there's a group that called themselves Dirty December. They said they wanted to see where the money was going. They based their survey on Lagos and said so number of persons came in to Murtala Mohammed International Airport. They came mostly from Ondo, this state. They stayed in Ikoyi. They went to clubs, and they spent money. Part of the money they spent is on food, and they included naked dancers, what is called strip. Now, I mean, that's what is becoming normalized. A country where people are unemployed, and you find clubs, nightclubs, rising. Because relaxation is for those who have worked. But if relaxation becomes work, I mean, it's, you're on duty now. After being on duty, you want to rest. If you work for a long time, you may want to unwind. But if you unwind from Monday to Sunday, then that unwinding has become your job. So how are you paying for it? It is a moral crisis, because two things are afflicting Nigeria: the lack of solidarity. The lack of solidarity. You may be hearing about the attainment of the Eastern region in the 50s, 40s. The first head of government in the Eastern region, Professor Yoita, studied at one of the best universities in the world, Columbia University, studied economics. For him to come back and come to ENUGU to be head of government, it was a major sacrifice. Such people, when there was an opportunity, they let people know that the government is going to build secretariats. We shall need plumbers, we shall need fitters, we shall need this. Those who have the ability should come. Those who want to join that trade should go to GTC. You know, they were not hiding it. They were not recruiting their brothers and sisters. But there is an increasing lack of solidarity. If government officials were traveling on Onyama Mine Road, I mean, the road safety will come out, the police will come out, army will come out to prevent other people from passing so that they will pass. So when there's a crash there, you know, some people may just yawn and go their way or go there for publicity. You know, they are leaders, they are saying something. But you can hear their remarks. Nobody has mentioned the owner of the truck, the name of the driver, the registration of the vehicle. But if it affected a government official, the owner of the truck, even if he's a Manfe, would have been arrested, put in custody, you know, all kinds of things will be happening to him. So there is lack of solidarity, and it is dripping, because most of our towns, cities, governments are controlled by the same people, you know. So if you are the leader of the Boy Scout, they say, let's go and see local government chairman. From there, you go and see governor. You see students, union leaders, driving vehicles with presidential registration number. Such people cannot pay attention to their fellow students. You know, the office of the president gives rights to student leaders. What of the students they are leading? So there is lack of solidarity, and that is why these things happen. And you can find when government, you know, includes prostitution in GDP, you know, is now considered an economic activity. So if you tell your son or your sister or your brother, don't go to prostitution, they say, but it's on record.
But is this how it is in other climes too?
Well, there are countries like Sweden, Norway, those Nordic countries. If you go there, but it is also regulated. They have where they stay, where prostitutes stay. They provide them with health facilities to ensure that they don't spread diseases. They also protect them against people who may be aggressive against them. But they are in a different world. They are in a world of their own. We are not at that level. You know, there are things you don't show children. Although adults do it, but you don't show it to children because it can trigger them. But even then, it is morally wrong. Because if you include stealing, I mean, what we are talking about, kidnapping, I mean, if you add that 2 trillion to GDP, I mean, it will blow up. So if you count both production and destruction as part of GDP, then there is no production again. Because these ones are destructive. They are destructive. They are not productive. So if you put, even if you leave morality alone and say productive activity and destructive activity, prostitution is destructive. Because it breaks the solidarity of family, the integrity of the individual, and creates dismay. So how can you include it? But that is also the result of a lack of solidarity. Many people in government, their masters are outside. That's why in most states and local governments and federal, you hear the word gender ministry, gender ministry. What does that mean? What is, they take it from abroad. Women and gender, what does that mean? Like Trump has said, there are only 2 sexes, male, female. They complain about gender, women are maid cooks. But if you go to the best hotels in the world, the chefs there are men. So there's nothing like gender, you know. When I was a child, girls used to play netball. Now everybody wants to come to the center and play football. They say it's a gender equality. it does make sense.
All right. Let's talk about the root causes of these activities. So many persons have said, well, it's a broken society. I really don't know the extent of brokenness because, I mean, you would wonder why somebody would embark upon not just attacking somebody, but abducting them. Do you think poverty is the only reason why somebody would go as far as, you know, kidnapping someone for ransom?
From this study that you are referring to, they found out that 91% of kidnapping incidents was for purposes of ransom.
91%?
91%.
So is it linked up to poverty?
Yeah. There is something in economics called rational expectation. If, I think there was somebody, he was a professor of medicine, he said he studied medicine because he went to the hospital sometime with his mother when he was an infant. And he noticed that there were people wearing lab coats and everybody was deferring to them. They were calling them doc, and they would just be throwing their lab coat like this and say, hello, how are you? So he said it was. So that honor or deference to medical doctors in hospitals is an inspiration. It's rational for somebody to want to be a medical doctor. But it also has its own snag because you may find people without ability or without interest, without empathy for the person who is ill, but he likes the glamour of being a medical doctor. So he gets into a medical school. Somehow he graduates. But he's inattentive. All what he does is walk around the corridor, be held. When you come to him, unless you are a rich person, he dismisses you. So that is rational. Anything that brings reward attracts people. And I mean, how many people can earn 10 million naira honestly from any job? So if some people hear that there's a family that paid 10 million to rescue one of their members, some people may say, but this is a business. Why don't we do it? Some people even kidnap themselves to extract money from their parents. A percentage was also of the kidnap experiences was for political reasons. You know, maybe you want to seek nomination. Some people can organize to kidnap that person. And I think there's a Labour Party candidate in Anambra that was kidnapped. I haven't been seen up to today. So people can kidnap people for political reasons, just to remove him, so that after the maybe nomination, either they release him or they finish him up.
So do you think it's peculiar to countries like ours that that have high level of poverty, lack of jobs? Because I still believe that, just like you mentioned, I mean, people can really earn up to that amount of money, 10 million naira, you know, for a job. I mean, if you are going to earn that amount of money, it's probably be an amount that you have saved over time. Even people who have worked for 30, 35 years, difficult to find 10 million naira inside the account. So you would wonder if you think that even if there are jobs, even if there are, you know, things to do, whether you think this is going to go away.
If you listen to Gumi, who is in Kaduna, although he's from Zamfara, you will find that some of these activities, which is predominant in the Northwest, is used as a means of raising capital. They kidnap people, go and buy cattle, and then begin to raise a farm. Some kidnap to get married. Some kidnap to wed. It is not just unemployment or poverty. It's cultural.
Cultural?
Yeah, because when things begin to happen regularly, that's why, like I use the word normalization. After the war, you know, we had the same incidents here about armed robbery. It was not just those who served in the army who had weapons, but those who saw the opportunity of robbing others as a means of raising capital. You will find business people in business environments like Onitsha. They know that this person is doing well. He's going to travel by bus X to Lagos to buy something. He hasn't cash. They arrange to go and they rob him and take away the money from him, and then set up their own. Some robberies are, in which cars are stolen, especially exotic cars. They are meant to raise money. They take it out of the country. Most of them arrange from the northwest. They come down to the southeast, hire people to arrange to rob luxury cars. They arrange them in a convoy, have security protection, and take them through Sokoto to Niger and Benin Republic, refurbish them, sell them, and raise foreign exchange to go to China or Dubai to buy things. So but these things happen because the system is broken, like you said. Governance is not complete. If, as a young man, you have a house that is large, and then you have a room because you don't want to be disturbed, your room is facing the back of the house. One members of your family are living in other rooms facing the gates. They can go out and come in without your knowing. That is what is happening, Everything is like the kidnap of the Jews from Jerusalem. All the leaders were taken to Babylon, and Babylon was luxurious. Even some Jews that were kidnapped were now trained to join the leadership, those who are from the royal family. They forgot the other people in Jerusalem. So it took people like Daniel to pray and beg God that they should come back, and took people like Ezra and Nehemiah to come back and reinstate. So with nobody who can prophesy that this is going to be very bad, we are lost. I remember after the war, Zik, late Nnamdi Azikiwe, although we were defeated, but he still gave a voice to reasonable behavior. He was from Onitsha. Sika, the administrator of Eastern Trade, was also from Onitsha, a younger person. But he challenged him to good governance. He was Chancellor of the University of Lagos, and he made some remarks that challenged Nigerians. He said, look, that the army has tasted power, that they are not going to leave it for a long time. Why don't we have a diarchy? The kind of thing they had in Turkey. What is operating in Nigeria now is military rule by people in civil dress.
When you say military rule by people wearing a civilian dress, what does that mean?
Say that again.
When you say we're operating military rule by people who are wearing, vests, or if you like, they are civilians operating militarily, what does that mean?
No, I mean, it's obvious. Let me just take an example. In 1977 or 78, when the land use decree was enacted, Obasanjo was head of state. He found it difficult to enact that decree because, coming from Abeokuta is not our tradition in the south for nobody, one person to own the land. He had to make a national broadcast assuring people that this is for developmental purposes and not for personal gain. There was a lot of surprise and people were not happy about it. But he was already operating in the north, where the Fulanis, when they overran the place, made themselves the states. Now, inside that decree, there is provision for what is called Land Use and Allocation Committee. As a young person, I don't know whether you have had any name of anybody who is a member of the Land Use and Allocation Committee. Whether in Abuja, in ENUGU, in Owerri, in Port Harcourt, in Lagos. Or what you hear is that the governor has, the role of the governor in that decree is only to authorize, to prove that an allocation is correct by such signing certificate of occupancy. But the governors, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, all of them now just take it upon themselves to allocate land, revoke it, knock down your house, you know, everything. So is it not military rule? And indeed, the old military was even better. What is called Okpara Square now, and the place where the conference, International Conference Center is built, where the judiciary committees, that place was rescued by a colonel from Sokoto, Colonel Sule Aman. People had already surrounded the place. But the man came, said, can I see the plan for ENUGU? Drawn under Okpara, Zik, and he saw it and said, look, nobody should build here. And recovered the land. But some of it had been taken. All that land that is on the right side of Rangers Avenue, they were government land, but some people have taken it for themselves. So is military rule in that? I'm just recalling what Zik said, that we should have a diarchy. Turkey is developed now because under Field Marshal Atatürk, they said religion should not mix with politics. Nobody should be wearing a hijab. You know, we are Europeans. They don't speak Arabic, and no Turkey person allows himself to be called by an Arabic name. They consider themselves distinct. But it has almost ended with their current president, who has been transforming himself from prime minister to permanent president. So what we have in Nigeria is military rule disguised, you know, by order.
Well, how does a diarchy work?
Well, a diarchy is, you know, you can't have a state without law enforcement. But the belief is that once you have formed the state, it is operated by rules. The diarchy or the police, they will be independent of the person that is in office at any particular time. Just like South Korea, where they could arrest, or the police made an attempt to arrest the president after he had been impeached. And the impeachment means accusation, not removal from office. He was impeached. That is, he was accused of trying to, you know, master the state by his own personal will. Yeah, it cannot happen. I mean, I think in the papers today, you have a show in the court because he called the IG illegal. But whether you are the IG or not, if you have a complaint, you complain to somebody, you don't take it upon yourself. All the criminal provisions does not provide for the Inspector General of Police to charge anybody. Because we are supposed to be a federation. It's the Commissioner of Police in a state that will take up the charge and say, I accuse you of so before a court. But in Ekiti, the IG charged Dele Farotimi. It's not his role. Now you see that after the complainant agreed, the matter had been withdrawn. But a crime is against a state. If somebody steals a car and is charged to court, the owner of the car cannot come and say, I withdraw the case. Because stealing is destructive, like we said before. You cannot say stealing is no longer destructive, it's now constructive. We have added it to GDP, so let the matter end. I get what the point. That is how we have civil, military rule or authoritarian rule in a civil, by people in civil dress.
Right. I mean, how do citizens react to some of these things? I mean, it's difficult even as a citizen to think through all of what's going on and say, you know what, I'm protected by the security by the government. But as a citizen, and a Nigerian citizen, seeing the statistics, the number of people that have died, the number of people that have paid ransom, and the amount involved, as a citizen of the country like this, what should you be doing? How should you react to these kinds of stories?
What can they do? It is the police that should represent the citizen in these matters. But like I told you about the normalization of what is wrong. In the 60s, I was in primary school. Most of the schools were owned by voluntary agencies. There were very few schools that were owned by individuals. Those voluntary agencies were mostly Christian missionaries, like Methodist High School, Methodist College, Uzagole, CKC Onisha, CIC ENUGU, St. Teresa's and Suka, you know. And then a few by corporations like Collieries Comprehensive. There, people got inculcated. If you were in secondary school or primary school, there were lawns in your school compound, and you are not allowed to walk across the lawn. So before you come out of school, you have imbibed certain things. You don't make noise in the class. There are prefects appointed in your class who are your mates, but they are given responsibility to point out those who have done something wrong, even when the teacher is not there. So you learn leadership and obedience in the school. Now it's all lost. If you go to Anang Street, you will find students jumping the fence to enter that Queen's school or the schools there. By 11, they come whenever they like. The teachers are not there. They are going for union meeting or protesting their salary. You have teacher training colleges owned by the government, but there is no guarantee of a job for those who have attended. But at the time I was telling you, Our Lady of Lords, Iwolo, was a Catholic teacher training college. You don't go there without the church knowing that you want to be a teacher. And once you go there and you pass this, they will appoint you to a school. If you are not part of their church, but you are brilliant and somebody recommends you, they bond you. They say you will sign a bond. We are going to train you at the University of Ibadan to study chemistry. When you graduate, you will teach in our school system for a minimum of 4 years. They didn't go to court to swear the affidavit, but you had a guarantor and it was implemented. So when things fall apart, late Chinua Achebe, he wrote when things were still around the table. Now both the table and the things have scattered. There's no reference points to good behavior. No reference points to good behavior.
Do you think that this particular upward spiraling of what's going on as regards to the wrong things happening, do you think it's as a result of the emergence of the president, the kind of person he is, his body language?
There is this rumor or allegation that Abacha said that if there is a disturbance that continues for more than 1 day, that the government is involved. This result we are looking at now, if you go on the internet and go to the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics data, website, it will not open because the report was released on the 17th of December.
Yeah.
On the 18th, they closed the website, claiming that it had been hacked. If it was hacked on the 18th, today is 30th January. Are the hackers now, have they taken over the Bureau of Statistics? If you have been hacked, you unhack and then open it. But that particular data is closed because the government does not want the data to be seen.
Why is he hiding the data? I mean, these are the things that you should have.
That is why I'm telling you that people say that Abacha said if there are disturbances that take place for more than 1 day, that the government is involved. Because you are supposed to react. I think over the weekend, there was a crash in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
As it was happening, Trump was speaking. The governor of Virginia was speaking. the governor of Kansas was speaking, the board of transportation, the secretary in charge of transport, people were talking and visiting the place. And when they go there, you don't see them talking. They're showing you the river and people being recovered. But in our own, some people went there and the camera was on them. They were just talking. Nobody knew what they were talking about. Instead of focusing on the accident and showing the suffering of the people, they were now announcing themselves as the good people, let's pray for them. And that is ended. How much did you give them? What have you raised? Have you visited the families that are afflicted? 11 people from Ebonyi State.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that Ebonyi State government has done something. It doesn't affect them.
Right.
So that's solidarity. And once you don't allow information to flow, because information is power, when people know that this is what is happening, when you pass and you are the person in charge of emergency, you bring slippers for somebody who has lost 11 people. What is slippers going to do for him? I understand that the Sienna vehicle in which the 11 people from Ebonyi died was a donation. A friend asked the man to use his vehicle to transport his family for the funeral of his father. Now, in a place where there is solidarity, people will identify that man and say, oh, we are sorry for what happened to you. How much is Sienna boss now? 50 million. I don't have 50 million, but I'm giving you 500,000. By the time you know it, the man will recover. But there's no sense of solidarity. The church, everybody is on their own.
So where do we go from here, really? I mean, these numbers are staggering. I'm just imagining what it would be between 2024 and 2025. Where do we go from here? What do you really advise? Because again, you have also stated that sometimes government can really be involved. We've seen severally where law enforcement agents are involved in some of these kidnappings, some of these attacks. Some even go as far as even availing information to people who they feel that when the money comes, they will share. I mean, these things go on. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, where do we go from here? Where do you run to from here? Is it a thing of changing the government of the day? Do you think that as a nation, we will come to a point where things can get right?
There's nothing God cannot do. Like I told you, in the experience of Israel, somebody who was kidnapped from Jerusalem, Daniel must have been a young boy when they were taken, together with Meshach and others. But what they knew about worship in the temple was in their hearts. They didn't forget it. That is why sometimes people from outside the southeast, they keep complaining that elderly people like us or leaders are not challenging IPOB. Nobody is supporting the IPOB and saying those boys are just propaganda. But some of the points they are making, that's what they say. Many people know about it. If they say that, okay, like, I think I read a report yesterday, Chief Bisi Akande, he was claiming that he was the person that asked Tinubu to run for president, and that in 2020, that it was the obedience that organized anti-police demonstration. This is somebody who is in his 80s. Do you need to challenge him? But those are the kind of things that the IPOB people are talking about. Against 2027, you want to blackmail Obi for something that happened in 2020 when he was not a candidate and nobody knew that there was a movement called obedience
at that time, yeah.
But somebody says such a thing, but the system protects him. Are you following? Assuming that Nnamdi Kanu is held for what he said, nobody said he slapped anybody. In other words, in Nigeria, nothing is wrong. It's people that are wrong. Are you following? Yeah. If some people are wrong all the time, they are the usual suspects, while other people are right all the time, let us assume that Obi won the presidential election, and you said that people from Cameroon should disappear from this world. Do you think that Obi will appoint you to a national office where you will meet Cameroonians at international level? He will not. But somebody said the Igbos have been warned never to participate in Lagos politics in Lagos. But the person is given a federal appointment in which the Igbos are part of the country. I'm sure if it was on the other leg, some people will not agree to be in that government until the man is removed. So that is what is wrong. You hide information, you protect some people, and you accuse others permanently, not sometimes, all the time. You can't have a good governance in such a situation. They may not know what they are doing, because if they know, they will not do it. Because I had Professor Chinedu Nebo, he was preaching somewhere at somebody's funeral. He said there was one general who had what you may call a batsman, who was a committed, godly person. The job of that man was to always remind that general that, remember that one day you will die. If the people who are doing this know that eventually it will come to nothing, they will reform themselves. But I said God can make things happen. Yeah. The infighting you see can also lead to correction. If not for El-Rufai, I mean, the APC would have lost the presidential election, because that scheme to prevent cash from coming out before the election was, it was a star strategy. But El-Rufai went to court against the federal government, and the Supreme Court or whoever ruled in his favor in a matter that does not concern a state, because currency is a federal matter. But they all conspired, and they had their way. Now he is out, so he's talking from outside. I'm sure when he proves thoroughly dangerous, they will bring him in and settle. But who knows where we're going to? We can see where we're moving to, but who knows?
Everything rises and falls on leadership. And leadership over time have proven to Nigerians that they really, over the years, haven't shown a direction that is promising. I mean, just take a look at what we have had since this Fourth Republic. It doesn't look like it's going to get better. I mean, recently in a meeting where El-Rufai, Atiku, and even Amechi was, I mean, Amechi stood up and said, look, nobody in that space can guarantee that their votes can be defended. So if tomorrow there's a presidential election, you're not guaranteed that even if you win that election, your vote will be given to you, or your vote will be counted. Are we now in a doldrum, like we just have to accept what these people give to us as leadership, followership, relationship?
I'm just saying that, fortune can change. Part of the reason why people are in politics is easy money. Let us imagine that Trump does what he says and authorizes production of crude oil and gas, or intensified production of crude oil and gas in the Gulf of Mexico, which is now Gulf of America, Alaska, and Texas, and other places. The demand for oil will go down from the US. The output will increase. And because the US is the single largest open economy in the world, that's why they can threaten people with tariffs. Yeah, because China is rich today because the US wanted to seduce China from communism, but China, took the money and refused to swallow the trap. Japan, efficient, but because the US, they were sorry trying to finish them up in the Second World War, opened the economy to them. The European Union was formed to have a counterweight to the dollar. But they have one central bank, but several ministers of finance. So they cannot match the United States. They are trading with the US. If the US starts producing oil in large quantity, they will sell to the European Union to cut off Russia.
Yeah.
But the Russians know that they are also Europeans. So if they cooperate, we can find ourselves, in no man's land. Many of these people have, these people we are talking about now, almost all of them have US citizenship. If we are going to publish people with dual citizenship, many people in political office and their children and their spouses own it. So they have kept their money there in the hope that if it falls here, they will rise there. But if Trump were to go through, not only will it increase, but the kind of money that creates crime in the United States, because some of the people there who are Nigerians are managers of the money stolen from Nigeria. And therefore, they can afford to do all kinds of things, engage in drugs, engage in all kinds of things. If they are located, their money will be seized.
Yeah.
So, such developments can turn the table. And you will now find people begging you to come and run for governorship. You said, but I've never run for councillor. They said, all the people have disappeared. We are looking for somebody. Your certificate is genuine. Come out. You said, no, I'm not. Where are they? They said, nobody knows where they have gone to. They can clear. Events can clear them without violence. Yeah, it can happen.
Anyways, let's leave it there. Dr. Stan Ukeje is a development economist and a public affairs analyst, giving us an insight into this very horrible statistics of 2 trillion naira involvement in abduction in Nigeria between 2023 and 2024. And in fact, over 600,000 persons dying as a result of insecurity in our nation. We hope for the better. I want to say a very big thank you to the guest in the studio this morning, Dr. Stan. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much to Signature TV for bringing enlightenment, because you are part of this direction you are talking about. As you enlighten people, people become aware. Some people who are participating in these problems may withdraw and say, according to Signature TV, this thing is no good. I will no longer be there. So thank you very much. You're doing well. Continue.
All right. Thank you again. Okay. We're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. And like I mentioned earlier, we'll talk a little bit about the budget and speak to issues relating to revenue and investment opportunities that the budget practically can give. A whole lot of persons don't even know how to engage with the budget. The only thing we hear most of the time is, oh, well, you know what, the budget is nearly 1 trillion. What's going on? Is this still ENUGU state that we know that is mostly a civil service state, or is there something happening that we do not know? Even though we've seen revenue projections that are quite commendable, some persons will say, well, people didn't know that there's a kind of money in the ENUGU state, or maybe there's something magical that has happened in this government that has practically changed. So we have somebody in the studio who would help us make sense of all of these issues. She is a senior special assistant to Governor Peter Amba on revenue. We have with us Mrs. Adenike Okevo. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm delighted. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. How do you do?
Great.
Really, how great is it? Because it is a civil service state. We still call it a civil service state. So how did the projection for revenue move from what it used to be under 37 billion to over 200 billion? Because as a last check, even though it wasn't published, but we know that the projection says that it's going to be above 200 billion by by last month. What happened?
Yeah, it's not magic. It's not magic. So I think what has happened here is, I'll put it in perspective. What has been happening in the state before is, I think it's like a mindset thing that I see as the magic here in ENUGU state. You know, when people continually tell themselves that this is what we are, they tend to leave it. So during past administrations, the market was not taxed. I think there was a magnanimous exemption of the market. Okay. So imagine, take for example, only Ogbete market. People who have, traders who have like 10 stores with 10 warehouses in the same market selling goods worth millions of naira.
Wow.
And if they were like on the street or like a registered, most of these people are actually limited liability companies registered under the CAC. And right, because they were selling in the market, some of them are even importers, right? They do business in billions of naira, stay right there in the market because of the way they address. You just look, okay, they are market people.
They
and
don't have money.
No, if you check their turnover, these people are even doing better than some publicly acclaimed limited liability companies.
Wow.
They were all exempted. Of course, you were just dealing with payee from only maybe the big banks around. When we checked the revenue before, when I was just banks and some other establishments that were very few. And then all the sources of revenue was just the payee and then maybe the federal allocation. And that was it. But now, the market is being taxed. Not because it's a market just like civil servant market. There's nothing like that. People go into a market daily to spend, as an individual today, you send your wife to the market with 200,000 naira, maybe you get a pot of soup, because that's the reality in Nigeria now.
True.
Yeah, so and we have thousands of people going into that market every day. And it's somebody that's selling to them, who is registered with the CAC and has an accountant that will file his account at the end of the year, right? Business enterprises, so many of them. And this tax, even what we started with last year that brought the figure into over the 200 billion projection, was just still very mega. Because what has happened in the past is you have all of these taxes collected and unreported. Now, there's no market anywhere in Nigeria around the world where you won't pay market dues, union dues. So the tax was not paid. But they will gladly pay the market union. They will gladly pay usually if the market is in a particular settlement, the traditional people in that market, they'll collect their dues. These people pay at the minimum, if they lump up everything that they pay every day, is about 1,000 naira. But because it is not in a ticket, they don't see it as anything serious. They will gladly pay that 1,000. Those people who come around the market every day pay, or even if it is, let's say, a mega 500. If we have over 20,000 lock-up shops in Ogbete market, for example, at 200 to 500 naira per day, that's something. Wow. But doesn't get to the government. So what the magic is government has come. For example, look at the transport sector. The road union transport people who collect their own, the parking, the loading, the diff. All of these monies are in circulation, but going into private pockets. Ooh. So the only magic that has happened is, for example, in transport sector, you said, union, come, let's talk. How much is your money? You take 200 naira daily. It's okay. We can help you. Let's work together with government. We're going to put this in one ticket. Park, how much do you pay? 50 naira. Ministry of Transport, how much is your ticket? 50 naira. You take the 200 for union, 50 naira for transport, 50 naira for park, and then added 50 naira for internal revenue service, being the informal tax of the keke rider per day. Lump it up into a 350 naira ticket daily, harmonized. Now, no harassment, no stopping. You just get to pay your ticket for the day, and then you go about your business. So it's not about, oh, the tax is so huge. It was a harmonization that happened. It was digitization of the collection process and ensuring that this money gets into where it's supposed to go to. Now, the union is, of course, satisfied with this part. Well, even working together, most of the union people that sell the ticket are still the agents, now partnering with the government. What happens at the end of every day? Immediately a ticket is sold, the split of the union goes to the union. The split of the government, the IGR, goes into the IGR. Meanwhile, all of these things, if you want to calculate the GDP of the state, every revenue that is made within that space belongs, or it makes up the GDP, right? So rather than unions taking their own and saying, this is my own money, no, it was made in ENUGU state. It is ENUGU state revenue, right? It hits the central tax management system and then splits to different owners.
Wow.
So it's just the digitization that His Excellency has brought in the informal sector, I say, is a great driver for this. Now, informal sector, the market's the same thing. They were charged 21,000 naira for a whole year. Now, if you calculate 500 naira per day for 360 days, it was way higher. Actually. But then this money was going somewhere else. Now, putting everything together, you cannot see any union walking into anybody's shop to harass them and say you have to pay this. Once you pay your 21,000 naira, and now before now, you just keep paying all those money. You don't even have a tax clearance certificate. Now, what have we done? Like, okay, let's put this together, and as a citizen, once you pay your tax for the year, you also have an entitlement to your tax clearance certificate, which you can use in doing so many other things as a citizen of Nigeria. All of that, then look at the formal sector also. A lot of things have happened, let's say, in lands, for example. Lagos has a land use charge. The government is the owner. When they issue you an allocation, said it's at least for 99 years. So you're a tenant to the government. You're supposed to be paying the land use charge every year, apart from the premium and that you've paid initially. There was nothing like that. It was not being administered. But the law was there. There's no new law that has come into it. It's just going in onto all the existing laws and then harmonizing and then arranging them, putting controls in place to ensure if a kobo comes in from any corner in the state, it gets into the coffers of the state.
Oh, okay. So this is the complaints that we've been hearing. So they bringing in people into the tax net and making sure that these monies get to the government. That's exactly what the complaints about by this explanation that you've made.
Yeah. So that's they see it as complaints, but I'm just saying the complaint is because it wasn't put together before. It wasn't, when somebody, you just give your gate man 500 naira today and give you 500 naira tomorrow, you don't see the magnitude of what you're doing at the end of the day. Yeah. So, but then when you're made to now pay me in advance, you're like, oh, it's too much.
Too much.
So
okay.
that's literally what's happening.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, for businesses that are small within the ENUGU metropolis, don't you think that it's also good to maybe vary the payments?
Yeah. For every tax system, if tax is not fair, then it is not tax. So if people need explanation, you can't tax what you tax a hotel with 200 rooms.
Okay.
The same with a hotel with 50 rooms. If you get the gazettes for maybe for SWAMA, for other rates that are being paid, maybe for even for NSTA, that's the signature, the what's it called now, the signboards and all of that. You can't charge businesses the same. Okay. There are gazettes to this thing. There's a fee payment list. For example, if there's a truck that broke down on the road and is being given a fine of 120,000, it's not the same with a Camry, a small Camry. So when people just give blanket statements to say, oh, it's too much, it's not varied, it's varied. These things are documented. Every business is taxed according to their size.
Okay. So it's quite interesting that every business is taxed according to their sizes. There are several businesses, frankly, in ENUGU State. I understand that your office is also an office that people look out for to ask about the kinds of businesses people can embark upon and can get by. Can you give us an example of that type of business that someone can embark upon in this new year, at least according to what the budget, speaks, that would be, interesting for even people to buy into.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, coincidentally, I had released some set of businesses on my X handle at the start. I just started thinking about it. Like, a lot of people are out there that are looking for advice, business consultancy, have this money, and then looking to what to do into. So demystifying the budget. Last year we did about 400 billion capex, and then this year's Excellency had said that we're going to be moving into about 900 billion or 800 billion capex. And what does this mean? It means a lot of construction will be going on in the state, a lot of openings, and then all of this is being put together to ensure that we drive attention to Enugu State, we bring investment into Enugu State, because we've been like in a state where we're just like very calm people, we don't want trouble, but now we're opening up different places. Everybody is seeing opportunities. So for example, in the construction business, one of the things that most of our projects still suffer now is the hiring of heavy equipment. In Enugu State today, I can tell you, if you want to book a Hayab, you might have to make several calls to even get one. A Hayab, a low bed, even trucks, just normal Mack trucks, just to lift and move things. If you have just 5 of them, and you have, I know transport business is a bit tricky, but you have loyal people that manage it for you, and you have trackers and everything, you can do well in hiring or purchase of those kind of heavy duty trucks, and then even just the graders, the tractors, different things. We're going to clean the Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway, because usually I join task force of cleaning, and then the entire stretch we had to deploy over 1,000 clean team to manually do that, because we couldn't get tractors that could. Yeah, we now moved in the tractors from the Ministry of Agric and all of that. Imagine if someone had all of this. They could just give it to, and government actually pays for all of this. It is not like maybe when in the past when you'd be so scared of doing business with government, you might not get paid and all of that. So I think the heavy duty business is one. Services also, bringing labor, which was one I actually dealt with. Like, artisans are so scarce in the state.
Artisans?
Yeah.
Scarce?
They are.
Are you serious?
Plumbers, for example. Imagine 260 smart schools are ongoing at the same time.
True.
260 primary health care centers are going on at the same time, making 520.
Wow.
Now at the ICC, Presidential Hotel, the Medical City, different constructions. Now individuals like us will still want to build our houses. We have a shortage of artisans. Yeah, skilled artisans, experienced ones, good ones. People have to go all the way to Lagos, Togo, to go and bring in these people. Apart from messes, all of these guys that are around artisan area, they can do the messing one. But when it comes to tiling, carpentry, furniture, plumbing, and all of those, we're really, really short on that in Enugu State. Someone can look at bringing out a organized, like an organization that has this skilled labor, and train them further, give them certificates, and then just deploy them to different sites, reach out to contractors, and this is amazing. We have all of that kind of businesses. We're shouting, oh, no nightlife in Enugu State. Well, it's not the government that will bring the nightlife. We have to come together. It's already safe. We now have to start having businesses that run for 24/7. Pharmacy, I mentioned the pharmacy, laundry businesses. Various people started putting their own ideas together under that Twitter. And I think it's something I enjoy and I'd love to push further. But if anyone needs any advice on how to push it further, I think one thing that people don't do, and they think if businesses fail, is they don't plan appropriately. So look at your market, look at the problem around you, try to bring a solution for that problem, and then give it excellent service.
All right. I mean, now you mentioned nightlife. Yeah. Most people have also complained about the nightlife issue, that you cannot move if you don't have a vehicle, at night, because KK is banned from 9 p.m. If you cannot move at night, you practically will not have nightlife, except you have your own private vehicle. So I'm just wondering whether there's a plan to ease off that space of movement.
Okay. Well, I'll also bring it perspective. Like when people have expectations, there's no keke. There's keke in Dubai, but in some places. I see Enugu as New Dubai, right? In Ikoyi, there's no keke in Ikoyi. The nightlife in Lagos, you won't see it in Songwater. You will see it in, you know, if you want to do nightlife Songo level, you will do it within Songo. You cannot move out of Songo and say you want to go and do nightlife in VI and you don't have a car. So you have to consider that. So let's even start from what we have, because all of these things were put there because of security. You won't want to come and drive Keke on Independence Layout and then you want to go on nightlife, you know. So let's, when we're having expectations, let's put it pari passu. All other developed areas also. So if you are in Ogbe now, normally now, you do your own nightlife, like down your seat.
Within your Ogbe.
If you do your Ogbe and enjoy life, and then if you want to go outside Ogbe, of course, you need to check your security first. Like, do I need to go? Yes, I need to go. Then you drive out. You know, the economy is always like balanced. Everybody has their own level of enjoyment, but together we can bring all of these things together and then revive the life again.
All right, where's ENUGU ranked in the ease of doing business right now?
Yeah, there are lots of ranking out there. Everybody just sits down and does the ranking. But then I would not just close my eyes, because of course all of these things should be based on facts and figures. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is working with the state Bureau of Statistics at the moment to now come up with our own GDP computation, and at that time we can now rank. But I know that the one that was done at the national, that was in collaboration with the states, that's the ease of doing business, we were ranking really top on that, because what are we talking about when we're talking about ease of doing business? How easy can you register a business in ENUGU state? How easy do you sell, or do you meet your customers? How easy are you able to file? Do you get your TCC? And all of these things, the way this government has been structured, you can reach out to anybody freely at any time, walk into IRS office, get your documentations done. And that's all. Nobody harasses you. The laws are there, the taxes are there. Just pay your dues and then do your business. That's it. Amazing.
You know, some other persons would also say that some of this tax that they are complaining about, even though you've cleared it, that it's not even about the tax itself, but let people see what these monies are used for. You know, let them feel the impact of governance, you know, when these monies are used for. Part of the reasons why most Nigerians don't like paying taxes, because when these monies are paid, they don't see it. And it has happened over time. So what is the difference with this government?
I think it's beyond obvious already. This is beyond obvious, because literally when we started, those kind of fears, everybody was shooting on us. But if you check now, the momentum now and when we started, it's a lot more balanced. People, even when people raise this kind of thing on Twitter, everybody will go for it. Government doesn't even need to go for that person. Others will run after that person. Are you blind? Can't you see? You guys should bring more tax. You can see this. I think that's one thing that's really visionary about His Excellency. He's a businessman to the core, and he understands the meaning of service. And especially now that he needs to put service to the people, he doesn't even need to be reminded. I understand what happens on a day-to-day basis. All of us are kept on our toes back to back. You don't wait until people complain. You should presume the need of the people and then table it. We have a 7:30 meeting every Monday for all the advisors. You're not coming there to come and sing praises of anybody. You're going to be telling us what you have done for the week. If you are the SSA on revenue, what's happening in the revenue space? If you are SSA on works, what's happening? The Commissioner of Works goes out, even in the night, scoping roads. Ooh. So that's why it's not even, when we came, there was this tune like, can you introduce me to the Commissioner of Works? He needs to help us do our street. Nobody needs to introduce anybody to anybody. If the Commissioner of Works does not scope necessary streets and call them economic corridor, first, that was how it was prioritized. All economic corridors have to be prioritized to open up the state for business. And immediately after that, all the adjoining streets and all. So nobody needs to know anybody in Enugu State anymore. It's strictly delivery, objectivity, and service. So for now, I can say the people of Enugu State can see delivery of service already and are beginning to get comfortable. It might not be 100%, but we're getting there. We're not relaxing.
How is the revenue department working with stakeholders to stop this incessant taxing? What I mean is double taxation. I'll be specific because this report, we had it, I think, a few months back at the NOAA's axis, that somebody was stopping them and was collecting monies directly. It's not like this digital thing that you mentioned. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you have heard about that, because that complaint has come up severally.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And if we have to be fair, even right there in Lagos, in Abuja, anywhere, people take advantage of people. But one thing we have done in Enugu State is that there's a whistleblowing technology. We have given the people the power. In any business as of today, all you need to pay if you're a shop on the street, you pay it as of last year. I think there's an increase in the rate now. 18,000 naira for your 1 year tax. Now you don't pay business premises separately. It's been mocked together. You don't pay any other thing separately. After that 18,000 for the street, you now pay SWAMA, and then ENSA. If you have a signboard, those are the three major ones. And then if you're inside the market, you pay 21,000. SWAMA is already lumped in because SWAMA cleans the market together. So it's very clear. And then if anyone is not clear, if you are ever in doubt about anything, just send an email to whistleblowing@enugustate.gov.ng at any point in time. And we actually have phone numbers also. I don't have them here. I could share them with you. You call or drop a WhatsApp message to say, I'm not clear about this. Can you clarify? Can I pay? We've had people call the lines and we speak with the person and so, hello, can I know you? What are you doing? What do you want to collect? But people know, like before now, we made different kind of colors of demand notices shared to people. But people are now comfortable because they already know what they should pay. On the EIRS website, you will see also you can visit. You can pay tax now in the comfort of your home. You know what and what you're supposed to pay. So I think it's just information, and we're not backing down, sharing the information, pushing it out so that people know their rights.
So basically, it is wrong for you to pay anybody cash. Absolutely
wrong.
Anybody at all?
In any form. In Enugu State today, cash collection is 100% prohibited.
Okay.
100. If anybody tells you and you're paying cash, tell them, can you give me the IGR revenue code? I want to pay to the bank, and insist. If they say they want to take you to any court or whatever, please go ahead and then reach out to the whistleblowing line and then send your evidence. Just tell them that you insisted that you're ready to pay whatever it is if it is genuine, but you are not paying cash.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, it's a strong worded comment because we've heard that severally over and over again. People complain that they are paying double taxation and they will pay the digital one and then still have to pay on the road and all of that.
There's no, if all Ministry of Land fees, even transportation is e-ticketing. So now the cash aspect that people are mixing together. Now the way the e-ticketing happens, if you're an agent of e-ticketing, for example, you go to IRS and then you buy a bundle of tickets, just like the MTN voucher.
Yeah.
So you pay government actually in advance.
Okay.
So you come back and disburse the ticket. Now the informal sector is a bit tricky with that cash collection. So as an agent, actually, if you tell your agent, I don't want to pay cash, I want to pay directly into a bank account. Every agent has an account that says the agent name, the agent number, and then in bracket, EIRS.
Okay.
You can do a transfer to that agent if you don't want to give the agent the cash. And then if you're paying any agent for any e-ticketing, please ensure you get your SMS confirmation. So some of the agents will have issues where agents will say, pay me now, and then in the night you will get your whatever. They don't vend that ticket. So you can stand with the agent and say, please vend my ticket right here. I'm ready to pay you. So you have the liberty to pay your agent to a transfer, or if it's cash because you're market people, you want to give the person cash. But doesn't mean that you're paying the government in cash. You need to first of all know what you're supposed to pay first, and then how to pay it. So insist, I want to do a transfer, I don't want to give you cash. He'll give you a registered account. If that agent does not have a registered account number that carries EIRS, then you have the right to say you're not paying. Fantastic. And then you should go ahead and report, and then they have their way of collecting things in the market. And after that, make sure you get an SMS confirmation of your payment, and you can also go to IRS to confirm.
Fantastic. Let's leave it here. I mean, it's been one interesting conversation that we've had at the beginning of the year, and I'm thinking we should have these kinds of conversation again and again so that people of Enugu State would understand how this tax system is working for the state and what exactly these tax revenues are all about. Thank you once again, Mrs. Adenike Okebo. We truly, really appreciate you for coming and finding time, squeezing that little time to be here.
Yes,
thank you.
For the people of Enugu State.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
I want to appreciate you for being part of the broadcast all through today, and of course all through the week. It's the end of the month of January. The next time this broadcast will be on the air will be on Monday, and that will be sometime in the month of February, the month of love. Hope you're good. Thank you for being part of it. We're connecting to Abuja, where our colleagues will take away some other interesting discourse on the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Good morning.
Or food and all of that.
Welcome to Signature Morning. My name is Godwin Sunday. In a shocking, swift-off event, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday sacked 5 ministers, reassigned 10 others in a sweeping cabinet reshuffle aimed at injecting new life into his administration. But sources close to the presidency revealed that this is only the beginning, with more ministers facing the axe. According to a high-ranking government official who wishes to remain anonymous, said that President Tinubu is determined to root out underperformance and inefficiency within his cabinet. Well, the 5 ministers shown the way out are Uju Kennedy, Minister of Women Affairs, Lola Adejohn, Minister of Tourism, Tahi Manman, Minister of Education, Abdullahi Gwanzo, Minister of State Housing and Urban Development, Jumaila Ibrahim, Minister of Youth Development. 7 new ministers have been appointed and are awaiting Senate confirmation. The Ministry of Niger Delta Development has been renamed to the Ministry of Regional Development, and the Ministry of Sports Development has been dissolved, with its function transferred to the National Sports Commission. This morning we'll begin the conversation with the cabinet reshuffling, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu cracks down on the performance. And before we begin to talk about the unity in diversification in Nigeria, and joining me in this conversation is Dr. Charity Akbambo, and she'll be putting the icing to the cake this morning. You're welcome to Signature Morning, Dr. Charity.
Thank you for inviting me. Good morning.
All right, so first and foremost, you are the director of tourism, coordinator of tourism in FCT. And first, we're taking this conversation to your territory and your constituency. The Minister of Tourism has also felt the heat of the presidency. What does this make? What do you make of this whole incident, even within the tourism sector? Will it affect the tourism sector?
Good morning once again. Thank you for that question. The recent reshuffling or sack is it actually came as a shock to me, especially the Ministry of Tourism, because for me, I actually see her, there's this passion, to transform the tourism industry that I see in her. So I believe that she needed some more time to probably get it right, because there's a whole lot in the pipeline. I know she's having a lot of discussion with United Nations, with African Union, in terms of support, and partnership with the private sectors. So the reshuffling or the sack is actually, I think, is going to affect the tourism industry, because I believe the tourism industry is very vast and it's an industry that is meant to stand alone. They say tourism is life, so tourism cuts across a whole lot of sectors. You have education, you have skills acquisition, you have food tourism, you have entertainment tourism, you have tourism in conservation, because you talk about protecting our heritage and the natural landscape and all that. It's all in tourism. So I think tourism is actually have a big scope that should be a standalone ministry. And because she is out of there, I think that a lot of programs and initiatives that she has already engineered or started will be affected somehow, because it means some people have to start all over again with that project that she already have a milestone on, or you have whoever is going to take charge of some of these projects must have passion, the same kind of passion that she have, to be able to drive an initiative that she has already started. So I think there's definitely going to be a kind of hit on the tourism industry, but if well managed, will also bring about economic development.
The way you're sounding as if you've missed us, so you've already started missing us so much.
Of course, I'm going to miss her.
Interesting. But then let's look at the timing for this reshuffling by the president. Although they said it's not sacked, it is discharged. That the president have discharged them from office. Well, let's borrow that word even this morning to say that. But then looking at it, the timing for this, is it right for a new ministry that is even trying to hit the ground running 1 year after, and you're merging them back to where you pulled them away from? Is the timing right at this point, without allowing them to test the waters?
Well, thank you for that question. For me, I do not think the timing is right, because it's just like they say that Rome was not built in a day. You've given someone a mandate, a responsibility. I think the person should also be given the proper infrastructures, the enabling ground for that project to strive. You know, it's just like when you have a newborn baby. The baby doesn't just start running in a day. You know, there are stages. You have to crawl, you have to, you know, sit, crawl before you start walking. So I think it's actually quite too early to start appraising, you know, some of this ministry by the way it turned out. That's what I think. I think it's not the right time. I think the timing is not right for me. Although some people think that the timing is right because they believe that they should have done more. They expected to have seen more, you know, in terms of the changes, the transformation, the innovation, and the economic impact that these people that were brought into these ministries are supposed to have created. So some people feel they don't see that. But when you see someone who has a passion, you see the person building. You don't just stop a building halfway. And then, for me, I don't think the timing is right for the tourism, especially for the tourism industry, which is the part that I am more interested in.
A lot of tourism practitioners like yourself have also said that it's because the president is not a tourist, so he might not really appreciate some of the nature of jobs that the John Olola was doing even in that sector. But then looking at some of our achievements so far and our track record even within this sector, do you think that she has done enough in terms of assessing and a performance so far in that sector?
Okay, I may not be able to state if she has done enough or not, depending on the score sheet that they're actually using over there. So, but from my own point of view, I think that she's doing a lot in creating that synergy between the tourism industry and the other industries related to tourism, because tourism cuts across a lot of sectors and other agencies, you know, and ministries as well. You have aviation there. You have the culture and tourism itself. You also have the conservation, that's the Ministry of Environment, part of it. So she's still trying to build a synergy around all these people, bringing them together to ensure that they all work together to achieve that goal. So for me, I can't really say I can score her,
let's get a rough assessment between from 0 to 100.
Okay, so we all know that when she came in, she was sick for about 4 months. Okay, so that also impeded her performing very well, or maybe to be on the same speed as some other ministers. Okay, so but from what she has achieved, setting the limestone, and then trying to create collaborations and partnership, I think she was actually on the right track.
Interesting conversation there. But then let's even talk about the tourism sector in Nigeria and merging it with that of art and culture. Is there anything different between tourism and culture in itself? Because I'm curious. Why take them out at first, then bring them back together? They are like they're like sisters. But then you are in the sector. You can talk more elaborately on this. Is there something different between the two sectors?
Okay, the two sectors actually can work together. They can actually promote each other. You can use arts and culture to promote tourism. You can also use tourism to promote arts and culture. But tourism is bigger than just art and culture.
Let's hear that bigger part of it.
I've mentioned it earlier.
No, let's hear the bigger part of the tourism.
Now you now have the tour operators.
Okay.
You know, you have the hotels. Those are different sectors of tourism that is not in the arts and culture. Okay, you have the hoteliers, you have the travel agents, you have the people, those that the tour operators, those that package tours, both corporate tours and all that you have to organize seminars and take people. And then when people also come to your own state, whether it's within or outside, it's all tourism. But where you have people moving from one location to the other and they have to spend some days in those locations, and then you bring about taking them around to see the tourism potential, to see the attraction, to see the landscapes, to see different things that is not just about culture in that vicinity. It becomes tourism. So tourism is actually quite big. You have medical tourism that has nothing to do with culture, you know, so tourism is quite big. Tourism is like it cuts across everything. So you can also use tourism to promote culture, because when you have to promote your culture, you're also inviting people to come and see the way of life of these people. So bringing those people from different places to that community, or even celebrating that community to create visibility, you know, and to promote whatever the community have as their own inherent hereditary or cultural heritage in that community. As you're promoting it, you're attracting tourists. So in that way too, you're bringing tourism into the culture. So both of them actually, you know, they can synergize them, but you still have differences.
In that regard, why don't the president, in that case, take the Ministry of Tourism or break it down, since it cuts across all field, and begin to fuse them in various ministries so that we can have health tourism departments, environmental tourism departments, or what have you? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I think it works that way.
Yes, tourism itself, even when you go to the Ministry of Tourism, you still have domestic tourism, you have international tourism, you still have different sectors, social and all that sectors of tourism. So if you want to break them down and not put them into different ministries, it looks like you're scattering everything. That tourism industry is where you bring everybody together so that they can all work together with a common goal. That is why I think the president initially thought that tourism as a ministry should stand on its own and function properly, because you now have maybe more responsibility, but because of the partnership and the synergy, the job becomes less tedious for them to do. This, you know, this department is handling this, but all under the same umbrella, than separating them or putting them in different ministries. That means if you need a particular thing, you have to start looking for the ministry that handles fashion or environmental conservation, or, you know, food and all of that. But when you have everything under the same Ministry of Tourism, I think it makes it a lot easier, and, you know, makes the work easy for people to do.
Non-practitioners in your sector feel that the entire Ministry of Tourism has failed completely in the presidency litmus tests, that they didn't pass. They failed woefully. That's why the president have to merge them to something else. But then you are in the sector. Give us this narrative. Educate us on it. Do you think that the Ministry of Tourism failed, even in your own assessment so far?
I do not think that the Ministry of Tourism failed, because we could see that in this 1 year, there's a whole lot of transformation in the tourism industry. You know, in our Tourism Volunteers Network, for instance, where we have people that have passion for tourism, different individuals, organizations doing their own thing. I've never seen it this big. I've never seen where almost every day you're having different programs. You know, people are you're creating a lot of job for people, because everybody's not thinking. People are more creative. People are more innovative. So you see different projects, different programs coming up by different associations, different groups, different companies, and different individuals. So I think there's a lot going on. The transformation is actually really, really working, because you have somebody at the head who is passionate of what is going on, and who is ready to also promote and encourage the youths to do more. So there's a lot of transformation in the tourism industry. There's a lot of growth that I have seen in the tourism industry. And I think also there's a lot of synergy and collaboration going on. So maybe they actually, maybe she has not met the benchmark, you know, that was set for her. But I do not think that there's any failure.
It's a collective responsibility.
Of course, it cannot be done by one person. That is why we have to come together to make it work. So everybody have to put in their own quota to ensure that that ministry works. So I do not think that there is a failure there. No, because if it's a failure, it's going to be a collective failure. What I see people working, I see passion in people to ensure that some works are done. I don't think there's a failure in the tourism industry.
Now speaking of that, the sector as it stands, President Tinubu has already taken his decision. But do you think that the president was ill-advised, was not properly advised in this regard?
Okay. Well, if you ask me, I might say he was not properly advised on this, because before he took the initiative to create a tourism industry, I think that he must have done some homework to ensure that the tourism industry stands alone, because the tourism industry is a very big umbrella that accommodates a whole lot aspects of of the economy of this country. And the tourism industry in a lot of countries is more like the oil of that country as oil is to us in Nigeria. The GDP of the country is actually growing due to tourism. And creating that tourism industry and tourism ministry is because they also want Nigeria to start looking inwards into tourism and start seeing tourism as a means of economic development and growth, source of employment to the youth in the country. So I think that tourism industry standing on its own would have done a lot. I think it was ill advised because it's too early for me, 1 year, to shut down a ministry. It's too early. That's what I think.
In all fairness, she thinks that the president was ill-advised, but it's okay to think the way you think.
But you know that the president is the chief.
Yeah, he's the chief. Yes, he's a private interferer. He can do whatever he pleases. Right, yeah, so he has the knife and he has the yam, so he can decide what he wants. I think for him, he thinks that he wants to just reshuffle for a lot of reasons, which we are not privy to. But then let's even talk about the tourism sector before we switch to talking about Nigeria. You've talked about collaborations with other, like John Lola has been at the forefront of collaborations with other international organizations, partnership with indigenous and foreign and domestic organizations, ensuring that Nigerian tourism is being sold out. The right narratives of Nigerian tourism is being put out there. You mentioned all of that, but then at this point, I'm curious. How would the international community perceive us right now, knowing fully well that we don't have a head, that we don't have a exclusive tourism department right now? Do you think that we will be ridiculed within the international space in terms of tourism-wise? Or what do you make of this whole scenario right now? It looks like a vacuum.
No, I do not think it's a vacuum.
Okay.
Why? Because it wasn't scrapped or destroyed. It was merged, so it's still in existence. It's just for the Minister of Arts and Culture, who is going to be in charge of the tourism sector as well, to also create time and an enabling environment for the investors.
Even if he's not passionate about the tourism, you just mentioned that tourism is like a university. It's very big.
I think when you're promoting arts and culture and creative economy, that there's passion there. I've also seen her talk, and I think she's passionate. So bringing tourism into it is also a way of life, and it's also a way of promoting arts and culture, but on a broader note this time. So I think that she will also be able to ensure that the right attitude, the enabling environment is created, the right infrastructures are on ground for the foreign investors especially to come in and play their part in the tourism industry. So it all depends on how she's able to baby this new portfolio that she's given, because it's quite big. Tourism itself, it's quite big. Then putting it back into the arts and culture, it's now giving her a bigger portfolio. So if she's able to create time and then put the right people in charge, of some certain sectors to drive it in that same space, I don't think there will be any problem. Yeah, she should still be able to carry and promote Nigeria in the right way that will attract the tourists and investors to come to Nigeria, and also see that our tourism industry is not dead. There's change, and change is a constant thing. So they should be able to embrace the change and also work with the change.
So I can quote Dr. Charity right now that there is no cause for alarm in the tourism sector for international tourists coming into Nigeria.
There shouldn't be a cause of alarm. It should be a continuous.
No, let's quote you. Let's quote you. Let's quote you that at this point that there is no cause for alarm.
There shouldn't be a cause for alarm.
No, there shouldn't be.
There's no cause for alarm. Okay, that's what you want to hear.
All right.
There's no cause for alarm.
We will go for a short break right now. We'll take you on a Vox Pop talking about some of the CNG decisions of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and how Nigerians react to it. Stay with us.
At times we are not serious. He said the CNG, but you find there's a lot of critical conditions or a lot of rules that governments cannot take it cannot beat the target. So the truth, the picture is that let him draw back like how Jonathan did. I don't care about subsidy. I don't benefit subsidy. I don't know who benefits subsidy. But let the administration of Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu touch the life of the common man so that he can leave a good legacy. In the day of judgment, he will answer yes or no to the God. But if they continue with this administration, I don't think that they are going to paradise.
Like everything in Nigeria, at first maybe when we started using, before we started with kerosene, they say we should go to gas. Gas is way cheaper, but we could all see what's happening now with the cooking gas. The same thing I'm feeling will happen to the CNG. Yes, you understand. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, we'll be buying very, very cheap. Then along the line, everything skyrockets, just as everything in Nigeria does. So, and if you check the amount it takes for you to convert your car from petrol to CNG, to me, I don't think it's worth it, because the Nigerian factor will definitely happen to it. If they say 200 naira for now, what will happen? Can they sustain it for a very long time? We are not certain about that. So, to me, I don't see any need for it. Maybe they're just trying to push us to the CNG, then from there they hit us again.
I prefer the CNG to the fuel, because I can be buying a fuel of 1,200 for a liter. You understand? 1,200 per liter. Then even like we now, that is doing this type of work. If you buy fuel of 1,200, at times for you to even make your money, if you buy fuel of 10,000 naira, before you make that money from passengers, you pay by the grace of God. You understand? So that is it. And as you are driving, some other things are happening to your car. Just imagine like a tire now. You understand? You have some things that you have to go to motor parts and buy. So that is the problem. And everything are increasing every day. So if they can convert, if they can make it available, that's the CNG from 200, 150, 100,000. I think it's preferable.
A lot. And people have been crying every day. I think our president will listen and do something. This country would have been better by now. But our president does not want to listen to us. He just wants to do what is in his mind to do. We don't have anything to do. We leave everything in the hands of God. God will sustain the poor. And God has been there for us, and He will continue to be there for us.
I'm begging the federal government, the president, to come to the aid of the Nigerians. If he has any way that is feeders, I wish that is better, please let them try and implement it, because people are suffering. Once the fuel price goes high, many of the commodities will also influence. We are highly in inflation time now. Just like if there is a place, there is a war. That is what, see, there is a war. So war causes this kind of inflation, but there is no war. So each should try possible to bring down the cost of things down. And this fuel thing is one of the things we produce by ourselves. So, and I think you should work with Dangote and other things so that the price can be better.
In Nigerian diversity.
Of course, there are the elements that we can actually use is some of these elements that we are fighting for: culture, tourism, education. These are the angles, these are the aspects that we can actually use to build unity in diversity. By the time you educate people about unity, let them know the integrities of unity, the reasons why we have to live together as one, the reason why we have to be united, with the profits that being united can bring to us as a country, then people will have a mindset, you know, the right mindset now, and then there will be that attitudinal change, you know, in character that will make people understand that the next person is my brother. I have to share. I have to belong in the same social group. I don't have to discriminate. So when those things start happening, then we'll start getting it right. Another thing is tourism. That's one way of promoting unity. By the time you start moving people from one place to the other, you start exposing them to how other cultures are played. They get to learn about these people, get to learn about their culture. They'll be able to accept these people the way they are. Do you understand? Then that fight of no, it shouldn't be this way, will not be there. You understand the person, and then you can, you know, work together in the same space, knowing that each person is unique in their own way. Not just because you want to tolerate them. No, you're not tolerating. You have to live in harmony together as one. So that's tourism. They're using cultural exchange, having all these festivals and things that make us go out to different communities to see what the community have to offer. Those are the things: cultural festivals, events and seminars, and symposiums and all that. These are the things that we use to build unity and diversity, especially the cultural festival, where you have different people coming in to display their different culture. You see the richness, you see the uniqueness, you get to understand them better. I think what we lack in this country is the understanding. When you understand people better, then you'll be able to, you know how to approach them, you know how to talk to them, you know how to be with them, you know how to live with them. So that's actually what we need in Nigeria.
Speaking of unity and diversity, I want to ask at this point, are there yardstick to measure performance in terms of how far we've gone? Because looking at Nigeria at 64, a lot of people said that Nigerians have not been able to meet up to certain responsibility as a grandpa, like they jokingly said, that Nigeria is a grandfather and has not been able to meet up to such responsibility. But then, talking about unity and diversity, are there yardstick that one can use to measure if actually we're making progress in this area of unifying our diversity?
Well, I think there are some yardsticks, even though I may not be able to mention them one after the other. But I think that you have to start with the political sector in the country. These are our appointed leaders. Okay, so I think a leader is someone who is meant to set an example for others to follow, starting from the president himself and then coming down, because the president, as the chief in command, of this country, should be able to put the right people, should be able to unify us by ensuring that from each sector of the economy, when you're giving positions and all of that, when you're giving leaders, when you're creating ministries and agencies and all that, you ensure there's uniformity, ensure that everybody is carried along, and inclusivity. When people feel that they are neglected, that's when it becomes a problem. They feel they are not treated well, they feel they are not part of the system. So the one way of unifying us is including everyone in what you're doing, carrying everyone along from different sectors. And then when the head is doing that, you see that it will trickle down from every agency, from every parastatals, even when you're employing, because there's also that biasness when it comes to employment. You employ people from a particular sector of the country, and then a lot of them, and then the other sector you just have like 1, 2, 3, So when such things keep happening, you're causing division in the country, and it gets down to the grassroots. So I think when the heads start doing the right thing, it will go down to every other person sitting up and following. So I think the government is one big arm. The government is for the people, is by the people. So the government should learn to lead as a leader and not be a king. When you're a king, you're supposed to be taking care of your people and not the other way around, not your people taking care of you. So you shouldn't use the resources of the people to enrich yourself. You should be able to ensure that these resources trickles down to everyone, that everyone benefit. Because the money that we're spending in this country, they're taxpayers' money. So imagine when you're paying tax and then you don't even have anything. There's no water, there's no electricity, you have to get generator, you have to dig borehole yourself, and then they now come to tax you on the business that you're using your money to run. Are you going to feel happy doing that? So these are part of the things that cause the division in the country. So the first way to start building unity is ensuring that the right things are done. For business people, the enabling environment, even for homes, there should be the right infrastructures in place. There should be good road, access road, there should be drinking water, at least potable water for people to afford. See the fuel crisis, it's affecting everyone. It's affecting the tourism industry. It's affecting every other industry. Aviation, people can no longer travel. Imagine when you're traveling from.
You keep calling them. You missed media. Media, no, you need to call the media sector.
No, even the media.
You call the aviation. You need to start with the media first.
No, because even the media is part of tourism. The media, they're the ones that promote tourism. Without you guys, are we going to strive?
No, when you said the fund is affecting everybody, you now mentioned aviation and you left the media. You need to call
the media is number one.
Okay, thank you. So we can.
The media is number one because without the media, the world will not know what we are doing. So that publicity that we need, that famousity that we would want to get, comes from the media. So when the media is not, when there's no light in this place, now you have to run this place from morning till night with your generator, and then they now come to tax you. Of course, you will not be happy paying such tax, and even when you pay, you now want to see what they did with it, because this is now your money. So when you're now watching people spending your money recklessly, you won't want, when they come back to you, you're going to have a lot of questions, because I believe that if we all have a right to stand and say, I will not do this, and because you have your evidence why you won't do that again. The last one I did, what did you do with the money? It's just like a father giving your child money to purchase something, and then the person comes back for more money. And then, but I gave you money to buy a particular thing. Where is it? You didn't use it for that. Instead, you use it for something else that is for your own benefit, not for the household. He will not feel happy doing the same thing again. So that's how it is. This is what is boiling up, you know, in the minds of people, and then what is bringing about the insecurity. Let's even talk about that, insurgents and all that. There's a factor. There's something that is leading to that. If these people are empowered, I think we'll all do better and we can live peacefully.
Sociologists have said that the culture of unity in Nigeria is gradually diminishing. The conversations of unity in the home front in Nigeria is gradually diminishing. The culture of reception on the home front is gradually diminishing. That is, to a large extent right now, parents don't talk to their children about unity. Do you think at this point that we have a future of Nigeria that can be unified? We're looking at it from a sociological point of view right now.
Yes. Okay, I believe in keeping hope alive. You know, I believe in being a change maker. And I believe that we have a lot of people that have the same mindset that I have. I believe that it's a collective responsibility. It's not a single person cannot change the whole world. But when you and I do our bit, then we'll now start seeing the change. And I also believe in mindset. You know, the way we are trained, the way we are brought up, you know. Nowadays, our parents are too busy chasing money. That's actually why from the home front is suffering. And then technology, the phone, these are part of the reason why it's also suffering, because everybody is busy on their phone. There's no communication. That eating habit of, you know, eating at the dining table together, that time where storytelling time, where the father and the kids will sit together and tell stories.
And that time where your neighbor can come to your house to eat without being afraid of being poisoned.
Yes, you know, so I think that is actually our collective responsibilities. If we start seeing it now, the way we are discussing it, that is wrong and is gradually diminishing, then it's also our responsibility to start looking for ways of, you know, reactivating it in the homes. And how do we do that? We have to start with ourselves. You have to start from your home. As a media person, you have to start talking about it, more about it on air. Because the more people hear things, the more they seem to get acclimatized with what you're saying, and then the more they think about it, and then they now start looking for ways of making it work. Because it's not just the way you complain or the way I complain, it's the way a lot of other people are complaining. So, but if we start talking about it and make it, you know, a major discussion, then everybody will take it serious. Everybody will see where we are going to as a nation, and will now feel that we all have responsibility to build this nation and then to make everything work. So that is why we are going back to the grassroots to start talking with children. A lot of programs that we do in the Tourism Volunteers Network, and also my organization do, is children, bringing children, like Catch Them Young kind of products. A program, bringing the kids into what we are doing, ensuring that we carry them along. You start building them, start teaching them about nature, you start teaching them about harmony, start teaching them about unity, about our diverse culture, so that they start seeing it and then seeing meaning in what we are doing. And then you also start seeing the impact because in their lives. Like, I don't want to be personal when I talk about my daughter. You know, the time we did a tree planting event, she was just 2. But till tomorrow, she wants to always go and water her tree because you made her to be part of that activity. So it's already sunk into her head the importance of tree planting, that this tree is going to grow old and then get bigger than her, provide shield, provide this, help with climate change and all that. So as little as she is, she's beginning to understand what it is. And then she doesn't joke with any tree. Any tree she sees now on the road, she always wants to talk to the tree, you know, and encourage the tree to do better. So I think that if we start early to start teaching our kids some of these morals, then they will live with it, because some of us were taught, and that's why the passion. You see us when we talk about some things, we talk about it from our heart, because that's, we feel that the right things should be done, and then we're thinking of our own little way of making impact to the society, of giving back to the society what they did not even give to us. So, but what do? We have to keep building and keep working. So I believe Nigeria can still work if we put our mind to it.
Well, I also believe that Nigerian can still work. Like you rightly said, we're all optimists that Nigerian will walk beyond our generation. It will work and it will walk beyond even our expectation. But then, even talking of Nigerian working in terms of our diversity, there's this alleged fear in some quarters of calling for succession, that they want to go, they want the country to, because they are being marginalized and they are not being let's talk in this regard. What can the government do in this regard to ensure that all parties can also be addressed in this form, even using some of the things that you've said? Can this be an instrument for the government to use to be able to fix the country in terms of our diversity right now? Let's talk in this regard.
Of course, I think there's an instrument for government to fix the economy and to fix the minds of people, because I believe in dialogue. You know, if the government will be able to engage people, you know, when you talk about tourism, you talk about community engagement. You don't just, you know, do the tourism like it's a celebration at the top and then you abandon the people at the grassroots. No, because some of these attractions that we're talking about today, some of these potentials are in those communities. So how do you take them along? You need to educate them about what they have, because they lack value. Or not like they lack value, they know what they have, but they don't know what to do with what they have. They don't know how they can turn what they have to money. They don't know how what they have can actually bring about growth and development for their place. So you need to go down to the grassroots, sensitize them, educate them. By the time the government start building infrastructures in all of our tourism potentials, then you see that every community starts opening up. When they start opening up, they see the good thing that the government is doing for them. They won't start talking about living. They want to be there to enjoy from what they started or what they've seen, the development that they've seen that is coming to their place. They want to be part of it. So they won't start talking about living. So I think that some of these factors are what the government should look at, especially dialogue. When you have things like festival, there should be room for B2B kind of, you know, discussions. We should be able to discuss with the stakeholders of those communities, the chiefs, the traditional rulers. You should be able to ask them what is going on, you know, in your community. What are the challenges that you're having? Then you think of ways of sorting out those challenges. When you discover something like a tourist attraction in the community, be able to teach them. You know, that's where entrepreneurship comes in. Teach them how to be tour guide, because who can tell the story of their place? The history, the story of that particular community can only be told by the people living in the community. So, but when you educate them on how to be tour guides, you know that when tourists comes there, they'll take them around and make money instead of kidnapping those tourists. So they'll be looking at it differently, from a different perspective now. So you'll be able to talk to them. The community leaders will be able to say, okay, this is the challenges that we're having. Then the government will be able to attend to those challenges, and then you'll see growth. So when there's growth in every sector, I don't think anybody will clamor to leave. So the government have a lot to do. Engage in dialogue. You know, try to reach to the grassroots. Grassroots is very, very important. You can't do anything without them. So the government should understand that part, that it's not just about the government. The government is for the people. So let the people benefit from your government. Carry them along. Let there be ownership. Create that ownership in them, that this is your thing. So let them see it as their thing. So they'll take care of it. When you feel that this is government property, it doesn't belong to the community. That's why the community will go and burn that the property, because they feel that they want to hurt the government that is not taking care of them. They are not seeing it as something that is beneficial to them. So, but when they start seeing it as something that this is yours, you have to protect it, you have to take care of it, they won't go and start destroying it when there's a problem.
Before I let you go, speaking of the Nigerian dream,
yes.
A lot of people have said that the Nigerian dream tend to have expired. So we need to start redreaming again. And this time in our dreaming, we need to dream very far and big. We need to dream very wide and let the dream be heavy, so that we can be able to hand the baton over to the next generation. But speaking of the Nigerian dream, like we've said before now, do you agree with these assertions that Nigerian dream has expired? First, and that we need to dream bigger and expand the scope of our dream right now?
I do not think that the Nigerian dream has expired, but I still believe that we can still dream bigger. Okay, because your dream have to start from somewhere. So when you start dreaming of this happening, then you start expanding your dream that it can go bigger from here. So for me, the Nigerian dream have not expired. That is why we're still talking about it. You have to
maybe I did not start from, you know, when that's part of the national anthem that used to say the labor of our heroes past. Okay, the national pledge.
Okay.
Shall never be in vain.
Yes.
To serve with heart. Former national anthem, I beg your pardon. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. They had dreams. So that's why I think that's why the people said, but let me leave it to everyone. I just wanted to give that perspective to the conversation.
Okay, so the labors of our heroes, they've labored. It's now for you and
they've dreamt.
They dreamt, they even labored for that dream. And now they are no more. Some are no more. What is our responsibility? Do you want that labor? Because it is you and I now to ensure that the labor is not in vain. So if we say the Nigerian dream is dead, then that means I will believe that their labor is in vain.
No, it has expired. They didn't say it's dead. They said it has expired. It is an alleged. They say they allege that it has expired. That we need to redream.
But we continue dreaming. Maybe it expired with them not being around, you know, passing away.
No,
but before they left,
maybe we slept.
They passed on the
maybe we slept. We slept and somebody dreamt something else. Then we need to redream. I don't know.
No, we have to keep dreaming of a better Nigerian. It's a continuous process. You know, anything that has to grow, anything that has to be good, you know, there are stages, you know, for something to be good, just as gold. Before you get to gold, you know what, you have to pass through the fire and all of that. So let's say we're still in that space, even though we've long been in that space. That's why our own generation, we're trying to ensure that the generation after us do not suffer the same thing that we're suffering. That's why we're going into educating and sensitization and trying to build harmony, love, and peace, you know, within us, so that we don't go back to thinking if we're still dreaming or if the dream has expired.
So one more before we even call it a wrap, because I need to let you go right now. Apart from the NYSC program as introduced by General Yakubu Gowon and other programs introduced by the military government, it's as if the civilian government have not really done much in terms of promulgating the Nigerian vision to the average Nigeria. Is this assertion correct?
Well, I want to agree with you on that, because I believe we have National Orientation Agency, you know, that should be doing a lot more about reorientation of people, but I don't really know if a lot of that is going on. But I also believe that the Nigerian youth, you know, Nigerians, they said if they push them to the wall,
they bounce back.
They bounce back. The Nigerian youths are not taking it, you know. The kingdom of God suffered violence, but the violent take it by force. So we're not taking it by force. We're taking it into our own hands to build the dream that we want. So for us to build that dream, you see people organizing training every day. You see people organizing seminars. You see people organizing, what's it called?
Symposiums.
And all of that. Most of them are in the private sector, because it's as if they don't believe in waiting for the government to do the right thing. So they have taken it upon themselves now to start working towards the right path, to start impacting lives in their own way. So maybe you have to pay something little, but they are in that field, you know, doing something, ensuring that they move Nigerian forward, ensuring that they create that sensitivity, ensuring that they sensitize people, ensuring that they work on people's mindset and all that, educate people, give them the tools they need, the necessary tools they need in their own little space. So all of these are now done by individuals. So I think that youths are taking it, they are taking the bull by the horns and ensure that that future that they want, they will build the future. If the government doesn't want to build the future for them,
their dream must not expire.
It mustn't expire. We must make it work.
Well, Dr. Charity Yakpambo, I want to say thank you so much for being with us today on Signature Morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, this is how far we can go this morning. I want to say thank you so much for being a part of the show. Till I come your way again, same time, same station. Do remember to follow us on all our social media handle. I am Godwin Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello and thanks for joining us. I am Obiora Ilo. Today in our program, we are featuring someone who is with you like all the time. He comes into your living room and most times you're excited about it. My pleasure to welcome one of Nigeria's film superstars, Emeka Eniocha. Emeka, you're welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
We want to start the story where the whole story began. At what point in your life did this romance with the film industry, at what time did it start?
It's no holds barred, isn't it? It started out of frustration. Because when I was younger, I love television, people, because it's all about your intellectual ability. But when you're, unfortunately, thank God we have bypassed that now. God has actually lifted us out of that quagmire, out of that shackle. When you are from a poor home, a lot of things will actually come against you. It is only by the special grace of God that you will surmount them, which God has actually done. Because I used to tell people that as I live, God has done everything that He has to do for me. I'm just living by His grace every other day. Because where I'm coming from, you won't understand. It is like, people will say silver spoon and all that. This one, there was no spoon. It's funny now though, because we have actually overcome that. When you're drinking akamo, most people call it pap and ogi, they force it down your mouth. There was no spoon to, that's how I actually put it most times. So it happened, that it was only the industry that was the only thing that could actually put immediate cash in my pocket to do what I want to do. Well, my auntie tried, she's late now, God bless her soul. She tried, put me in good school, GTC Port Harcourt. From there, went to Bori. From there, came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, wow, my coming to Lagos was to actually, sojourn, outside Nigeria. You know how it is now, looking for visa, doing that, doing this. At a point, I got fed up. I told myself, what is your problem? That was when the idea of movies came and model. I was modeling because then there wasn't anything I was doing then, I had, gotten my common entrance, my city and gates of London then, So went to school now, went for extramural lessons, got my GC and all that. Took exams into the university. I got like I got an admission 3 times. I couldn't pay for it. You know how it is. So, oh God, it's funny now, but I told myself, these things that nature almost denied me, I will reverse it by the same nature, Then my uncles then wanted to, every day promise, going abroad, this, that. All of a sudden I got tired. My friend, one of my cousins like that, an NTA introduced me to Mr. Tunji. I think Mr. Tunji, he was in NTA then. I've forgotten his my surname, Mr. Tunji. Then in a program called the Memorial Hospital, directed then by Mr. Last Iguafon. Then our payment was in check. If you don't have current account, you cannot. Not be when you get money, you go bank. You know, you must have current account. I could remember, I think I still have some of those checks that I could not withdraw. I think they give you that, I think they 25 naira, they give you bank draft.
Like artist fee.
You know, artist fee, 25 naira. I think the highest I got was it 30 naira or so, you know. And the problem now was the performance, the acting. Yes, I got the build, I got what it takes, the voice and all that, but now the ability to use it was a problem. I could remember those days, the first time we were two. I think one of us, you know, out of the frustration of the industry, deviated, and then he's a big boy now with so much money. But well, we thank God. So I entered set up Memorial Hospital. I was supposed to be the personal assistant to the director of the hospital. And in that hospital, you know what personal assistants, you know what they do. Mm-hmm. So there was a nurse that I was checking and all that, you know. So something happened. Okay, the stage was set. Action. If I remember my line, I will forget the act. If I remember the act, I forget my line. You know, everyone was so pissed. We took like 15 to 20 takes. You know, Mr. Last Iguabon just went. You know, you can't do this thing. Then Lancelot, Mr. Lancelot Imasra, my good friend, was also part of the production assistants on that set. He now called me, and because the girl was fuming. What is this? You know, then
where did they bring him from?
I said, I think with Mr. Last, I can't remember if it was Lancelot alone or with Mr. Last. I said, the word that, you know, like made the magic was enjoy yourself. Just go there, enjoy yourself. Everybody was so shocked. Immediately I entered, I took the lines, did everything, the romance. Now you go, don't say romance. Yeah? Romance, don't be smarting for you. You know, so that actually started it. You know, that started it. I continued going for auditions, you know, home video, doing 1 or 2 crowd scenes and all that. Well, the actual thing was then, you know, when they just pay you little money, you just save small, send some home, you know. That time, how much did they pay you? 5,000, 10,000, you know, where you do a good, I mean, you go and do rehearsals for like 2 weeks, you know. Most times when I started getting better, so they were using me now as a tool, you know, for rehearsing people. No, I'm not going to play that role, though. They just used me to stand by for the stars.
Okay.
That were not around then. Mm-hmm. So they didn't know they were training me.
So you were like a stand-in.
Yeah, yes. I read, audition there. You come read openly. It's not what obtains now. So, we started the sojourn and all that. Started like that till 2002, 2003. I got the big hit. That was like 10 years after. As I was going there, I got admission to LASU. It was the same Nollywood that was able to, by then, I done the muscle. My feet don't they reach 50, don't they reach, like that. As a smart why be and they save too, that was how I paid through school in LASU theater arts, because I just wanted to do something, because I love this business. I can't think, I can do any other thing, but I can die for the business, because the business actually gave me all the knowledge that I have today, what I have acquired, the states that I have been, everywhere. So, with that annoyance of not getting visa, I told myself, the first visa I'm going to get, I will not use it. It was like, so, I think they were going for, is this Setengi in South Africa or so, one of the film festivals. We all submitted our passport. Look at me having a South African visa without going for an interview. And also myself, I will not go. Everyone was saying, what are you paid for it? I said, I will not go. People don't know what I was like a rebel amongst myself. I was, So what happened was that I didn't go for that trip. Now the visa issue is cancelled now. That when you are they give you a visa and you go where you want to go. But the thing is that when I got that role, it's called End of the River. That
was a film.
That was a film. That was after 10 years. I just told myself, if you cannot make anything out of this, then the industry is not for you. The movie was the Amako's film. I think I played alongside Julius Agu. That was when Julius's Okombo, his first musical hit came. So they now used the opportunity to. So we played that lesson that took my name off now, Eze Buna for one. I did the movie. Funny enough, on that set, we had recorded for 2 days or 3 days. I don't know, there was no picture or there was no audio. So we have been in camp. So they were now contemplating how they will come and break the news after shooting 2 days, 3 days. No. So the last said, when they came, I said, well, what will we do now? Let us wait for his camera, because he had rented his camera out. So they were supposed to finish, the people were supposed to finish like 2-3 days time. I was like, let's wait, why not? That was how that movie came out, and the rest is history.
Okay, I want to take you back. You've talked about this humble beginning. You've talked about the sufferings you went through as a young man. Tell us about growing up. Where were you born? What was it like? Growing up under the wings of your parents. What were you looking forward to as a young person at that time?
Well, my growing up was modeled by my auntie, because she, God bless her soul, she was a lover of education because she didn't go. Unfortunately, she didn't have any issue. We were her children from my father's, she's my father's elder sister. So she now took us from my father as her children. You know, I knew her as mother until she died. She was there, took us to Port Harcourt because she got married in Port Harcourt, her husband died and all that, she couldn't have kids, and she decided not to remarry and face her family wahala, which the family was where the wahala that she had. So took us to Port Harcourt. She sells in her Agri Road market, fish and all that. We'll go hog fish. She put me in one of the best schools, GTC Port Harcourt, Government Technical College Port Harcourt. You know, I was in boarding house, so that was where I learned everything. The holidays, I will come, do some sales, you know, and all that. It was. Then when I left Port Harcourt, my parents didn't have any choice there. I mean, when you know, he who pays the piper dictates the tune, you know. But I never forgot the fact that the values were there. My father, he's late now, his soul rest in perfect peace. He always told me that do not ever do anything that the police will come after you. Anything that you are doing, make sure that the police does not come after you. And that meant, it didn't mean anything then, but later on it meant a lot of sense to me. That's why people will only tell you, Emeka, I don't know what that guy, I don't know what is wrong with himself. He's always, but you cannot find anybody that will tell you that I defrauded him. It's not possible. I am sorry, my trumpet, I have to blow it. I am one of the positive Nigerians, and I believe in my Nigeria.
These were the values you took away as a little boy?
As a little boy, growing up, I had every opportunity of derailing. But I just told myself, no. Even one of my friends always say, Emeka, I knew you as a naive young man, because there are certain things I couldn't see myself doing. I can't.
So how did you resist peer pressure? Because at that point where you had all these frustrations, of course, your parents were not well-to-do, your auntie was taking care of you, you had this peer pressure of younger people like you doing things that were negative. How did you resist it under those very unfriendly circumstances?
You know, what my father told me was actually at the back of my mind. Because I know whatever I do that the police will come after me, nobody will come for me. Even if they come, there is no money to bail you. So I just told myself, man,
stay away from trouble.
Just stay away. The trouble you see, maybe young, normal mistakes and all that, you know. But the trouble that will land you into jail or behind bars, God forbid. I've not been behind bars all my life. I've not. You know, not that I am a saint, no. I have my shortcomings also, but there are something, my life is forgivable because I won't do anything that would make you cross it. It's not possible. I try as much as possible, even as an adult, even in the current situation in Nigeria, I try as much as possible. That thing still rings a bell. You will not believe it. My father, my mom never saw me with a girl until I got married. Who are you? Are you need a fear? May they see you with woman. How they go to see? How you go to talk about?
So those, you know, strict values, are they paying off today?
Definitely, they are. But again, they are. You know, it's like hard work. when you work hard, it takes time for you to reap it. Now, I grew up to understand that it is not only hard work, you also work smart.
How do you mean?
Taking advantage of every opportunity that comes your way. Because most times we're busy laboring like a lion and eating like an ant. That is because we have not identified, or we refuse to be sensitive. Big men are looking for whom to trust in Nigeria. I'm telling you. And they will, big men, they will test you. Definitely. They'll test you with the money that they know that you need. And again, because it is not arrogant. It is because, like my job, I love my job. I can deliver anytime when it comes to entertainment. So I am very, very, at peace with myself. Most people mistake it to be arrogant. Yes, they are entitled to their opinion, but I know that I know my job. Call me anytime. I'll wake up and I'll deliver.
Okay, in telling your story, there was something that got me very interested. You started making money, your fees went up a little bit, but you still thought about going back to school. What was driving you? Why did you want to go to school? Why didn't you just want to spend your money, buy new cars, date the finest young women around? Why did you want to go to school? You were already acting. You were already being recognized. Why did you go to school?
Going to school again was one of the most difficult things that, I won't say difficult, most of the most difficult challenges that I have actually come across in my life. You can imagine then, yes, I could be recognized by people. Then I had one old rickety Peugeot, that I was driving to school and all that. You can imagine, in school, in class, lecturers will enter and begin to bombard Nollywood. And you can imagine how you will feel. Everyone will just be looking at you. Till even the students got tired. Any lecturer that comes in, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that, Nollywood is this, Nollywood is that. Until one day, there was a convocation play. I was shooting one movie like that I had to do dreadlocks and all that. So I go, if I'm coming for the rehearsal, I pull it off and all that, go back. It was challenging that period. When I mounted the stage and performed.
At the convocation?
At the convocation, yes. It was in school. Now, I thought that would have also lowered, but they were also trying to take some of them out from Nollywood. Maybe I belong there or I don't belong there, but it was doctored the way they were saying it. Until, sorry, Shola Fushudu was one of my lecturers. Then I had become a bit big in the industry then. There was a movie we were supposed to play together. And when they say, somebody here waiting for your hand. So we're now cast together. It was in ENUGU, this same lovely ENUGU. So he went, I was shooting in Lagos. I finished in Lagos. He was waiting for me on set. He was deliberate. He waited for like 2 days before I entered. I was playing his son, a very stubborn son and all that. So what I was interpreting in that movie was as a result of what I got from him in school. It got to a stage that there was this and I slapped him. I did very well.
In the
film.
In the film.
Yes. It was like a revenge. Oh. After that time, we now became colleagues. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was the anger. Can you imagine? So going to school was not easy.
Did you at any time have some kind of inferiority complex?
Even without education, I've never had. Without education. Even before I went to school, when I speak, you ask, where did you study? When I tell people I've not gone to school, they say, why are you lying? You know, DK Nwachukwu was my lecturer in school, and God bless us, the man is lovely. He encouraged me. He said, Emeka, don't worry. He was one of our lecturers in school then. You know. So it was challenging. You can imagine that. They will come, wash you, wash your industry in the same classroom with your mates looking at you. No.
And that was a theater arts
Yes, it was a theater arts class.
Yeah, of course. When Nollywood started, a lot of people had issues with Nollywood.
They still have issues. But they should come and change it. No way.
Okay, it's not like you hitting Hollywood from the outside. Come inside and change it.
A transformer must begin to transform within, not
from without. Okay, let me take you back. You know, your parents, well, not well-to-do, but they had strong values, like the advice your dad gave you: stay away from trouble, stay away from the police. And then this son of theirs goes into acting. Was it in conflict for them with what they had tried to make you imbibe as a young person?
They didn't have any. They don't have any reason to say no. If you say no, what is the alternative?
What was the alternative? I see.
What's the alternative? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So, but what was their reaction?
No, I mean, it's a thing of pride for them. You know, their son is seen on the television. You know, a family that was supposed to be nothing is seen all over the world. Come on, I mean, and I am not misbehaving because fame, fortune brings what? Insanity. There's this saying that you look for fame with everything you have, and when you have it, you cover it with your face cap and your sunshade. So, I had actually pinched myself. When you're going wrong, I try to. Most times I derailed and all that, but
something like a reality check.
Yeah, anywhere, if I'm indoors, I checkmate myself. I do things like someone is watching me, even when I'm alone. So that mentality, that thing actually, that mindset molded me to that level where, you know, I don't know, it's hard.
So let's go back, you know, to your acting after End of the River.
Yeah.
I mean, your face was recognizable everywhere.
Yeah. After End of the River, I did Peacemaker. I'll tell you a story of Peacemaker. What happened to me after Peacemaker? After the movie came out, it was a movie that I passed out. As in, if you watch the last scene where I was in the hospital, I slept off.
Acting the scene.
Yes, acting the scene. I slept off because it was energy sapping. It was one of my artistic fulfillment in interpretation. The interpretation, and then I was, you know, with people that were, you know, they were there in the industry. you know, and you that is coming up, because if that movie fails, they will change it that you don't have luck. So any script that I have, I will begin to pray. Then I had no knowledge of seed sowing and tithing and all that. Now I put everything into it. I mean, you know, God, please help me. I sow a seed on the script. I pay my tithe. God is awesome.
So after the Peacemaker,
what Peacemaker, I was driving. Then I was living with my cousins in Shomolu. I was coming to Sule. I passed Yaba. After the railway, my Peugeot, the tire, got busted just after the railway. So I now came down, was trying to fix the tire. When I got up, the next thing I said, "Boy!" Start one old woman started hitting me. She was crying. She was going to punish you. This, that. It will not be well with you. This, that. You did this to your brother. You did this to. And I knew it was because of the movie. Because the movie just came out like a week.
She had seen
it. Apparently, she was crying
and attacking you.
She was attacking me. I couldn't do it. I started shedding tears. I said, "Mom, what are you saying that film?" Everybody started laughing. Mommy, I make her do that. Oh God. Do my wedding. You don't really go better. Mommy, I feel. I was perplexed. You know. So that was, you know, what happened. That was in, you know, you can imagine Yaba.
Okay, so after that episode with the woman, at least you now knew that your face was recognizable.
Yeah.
Did that also now give you a new consciousness about, oh, from nobody I'm now a role model, people could recognize me? You know, because you said something about always reminding yourself, I have to do the right thing when anyone was watching me. But now that you knew that people were watching, young people were watching, did it make you conscious of the role you had to play in almost everything you were doing outside the set?
Well, definitely. You know, when you have a particular lifestyle,
you forgot your cap.
When you have a particular see your own too. When you have a particular lifestyle, and it has actually become part of you. Everything good, working with a sound mind. My being in the industry, I think it was just, you know, when God is actually trying to redirect you and all that, you will think that things are actually not working the way you want them to work. Definitely, with the success that came my way, I didn't have any choice than to actually continue in the manner that I have been living. The only thing was that I did not allow the public's expectation of me, how rich I would have been or I should be, affect me. For instance, if I'm walking my motorsports, there's nothing I come down, take Okada, move. I go to the market. I buy things. People in the market, they don't see me as star anymore. They see me as their customers. I am now their customer. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, one thing is having a mindset prepared. When you have a mindset, there will be a little of deviation from that your mindset. When you tell yourself, for instance, I cannot slap a woman. There's nothing on earth that will make me beat a woman. When you have that at the back of your mind, That does not mean you cannot do it, but because you have decided not to do it. So whatever, I don't know if you are making sense, whatever that will provoke you into doing that, you had already discarded it before the person starts provoking you. So whatever that will make me not see myself as a role model, I had already taken it off before God gave me the leadership of being a role model. So I see myself as a moving example to our nation, our younger ones, and to everybody. I try as much as possible. Though most times, you cannot get it right, but life is all about changes, positive changes.
Okay, let's look at the challenges in your industry. Little boy getting into the industry, growing, now you've logged decades in the industry. What are the challenges of Nollywood? What are the challenges of acting?
They are too big. It's like the problem of Nigeria. Okay. I've been away from mainstream acting for like 2-3 years. In other countries that have the entertainment industry, it adds value to you. But here, immediately you're out, you're forgotten.
Why is it so?
It's mentality. Everything in Nigeria is peculiar to its ways. If you bring Obama, come here, Obama will fail. You have to tackle Nigeria the way you feel Nigeria should be tackled positively. Because do you know why? We have more criminals than more just men. Criminals, I mean, you must not use a gun and all. We have plenty of people that out of frustration, out of poverty, desperation will come in, and when you are spiritually poor, there is no amount of money that you have that will be enough for you. Most Nigerians that steal our money, that go to also embezzle more, they are spiritually poor. So how much can you eat before you die? No, tell me. Calculate your living style. How much can you consume in a day? If you consume 10,000 naira in a day, you'll be like this. Averagely. The only thing, maybe build house. What is? But the spiritual poverty in us have made some of us cut our conscience. Just flush it down the basement so that they will not even think of, if God is talking to them within, it will not concern them.
Well, we've heard in Nollywood, of course, we've heard about funding inadequacy in Nollywood. We've heard about sexual harassment. We've heard about greed. We've heard about jealousy. And then we've heard about, forgive me, sex for roles and things like that. Okay. Were these things, some of the things you confronted, growing up in Nollywood, are they still happening today?
I will begin from the last. Sex for role. Sir, I don't think, I tell you, I don't think whoever that is claiming that he or she has been harassed sexually. I don't think that they do not do whatever they did without their consent. Because if the way is being mismanaged, the way people have misinformed Nigerians about this sex for role in Nollywood, we would have had every week cases of rape. Sir, two consenting adults did something. Let's assume it happened. They did it willingly. Understand what I'm saying? I will not stand and watch anybody degrade my industry. I will not do that. I will not stand and watch that happen. It is, sir, it does not happen.
Are you saying that we didn't have cases of a lot of young people, especially women, being pressurized, as much as they're not raped, being pressurized to part with something to get a robo?
Thank you. Pressurized. The economy is pressurizing Nigerians to be criminals. We are not all criminals.
So it happens, but it's not the norm.
For Christ's sake, even if I want a relationship without pressurizing, excuse me? My wife, before I married her, I pressurized her. I pressurized her. She agreed to marry me. It is not by force. Understand where I'm coming from?
So what you're saying is that, well, if a young lady is being pressurized, she also has a choice to resist it.
Sorry.
And maybe walk away.
Sorry. This is your script, sir. Thank you. God bless you. Sir, I tell you, the reverse is the case. The girls are the ones raping the producers. Most of yes, we have some stupid producers. I understand that. I cannot cancel it. But I tell you, this is my 20-something years in this industry, in this business. I tell you, sir, they give themselves. Maybe the roles that they are thinking they will get was not what that was offered to them.
So they start complaining. Okay, let's look at funding in Nollywood. The government at the point stepped in. I remember that certain banks at the time tried to work out some, understanding with Nollywood to fund, but we have not succeeded so much.
This is the most interesting and important question that you have asked that I am so passionate about. Nollywood started without a foundation. Nollywood got occupied by too many interests. Now the industry is bigger than the players. We are now widely accepted. But we got it wrong from the statement of the business. Yes, because it was like, let me put food on my table. And you do this one. And we were not foresighted enough to see today, yesterday. And yet we are still blind to see tomorrow, today. We have not seen it. One, piracy it's a problem. Piracy is not the major problem. The major problem is structure. Structure. No structure. Sir, we have only 4, 5, 10 cinema houses in Nigeria. Where can that go? Now that the government has realized that Nollywood is an export that they need, and I'm sure by other countries have made them realize that what they have is the biggest oil you can think of in the world. Now, I have always said, yes, Nollywood has, exposed Nigeria, but negatively. You ask me why. Why? Because as a filmmaker, I go to my village, borrow money to shoot a film, and as a Nigerian that is suffering in Nigeria, whatever I am going to put, whatever script I'm going to write, with the anger, with the frustration, is what I am selling to the world. Negativity. Those days when we were not able to travel abroad, we thought the street of America was built with gold until we started traveling. Hello. They are not better. But what we exported was what people are using in judging us. 419, voodoo, prostitution. Now, there is still time, there is still the avenue to correct all this.
How can we do that?
Beautiful. The government set up a committee. This 3 billion, we don't need it in cash at all. Go to every state capital, put one cinema house, a complex, make it small of 200 seaters or even 500 in all the 36. So that means we have what? 36 cinema houses.
Would they be privately run, or would it end up the same way government things end?
Build it, give it to a private firm to manage. Okay. Now, as a filmmaker, I can go to anywhere and collect money and do a good film. I come. If it's 50-50, if the government takes 30 or they take 40, I take 60. Sir, by the time I finish showing, now it will correct. Now, government will be involved in the kind of stories that you do. Even before your film will be shown in that cinema. I'm not talking about them giving us money now.
Creating the environment.
Creating the environment. You will see things will normalize. We'll begin to export Nigeria in a positive manner, that before you see a film star in Nigeria, you do like this. No, but this is when everybody use us they play. Because we have left what brought fame and little fortune to us to face other things. That's why you see no content.
Okay, you moved on in the last 3 years doing other things.
Yeah.
You went into productions. Yeah. What informed that leap? What informed that, don't call it digression or diversion? Or
No, it wasn't. It was as a result of this same anger. I was tired of the peanuts I've been paid yet I'm not treated nicely. Everybody wants you to lick their boots as producers, as executive producers. I was tired. So a friend of mine said, but I have this idea. Let's see if we can run with it. We started, it wasn't easy.
What was the idea?
He had the idea of the Patriot, doing a story on what NAFDAC is doing and trying to also sensitize Nigerians on this negative effect of fake and adulterated drugs and food products, because people were dying. And then there's an agency that was trying to sanitize that. He brought us up. That's a good idea. That was how we started. We did, that came out as Patriot. We won so many awards. We opened business together, started producing films.
A colleague of yours in the industry?
Yes, a friend of mine.
In the industry?
In the industry too.
You don't want to talk about him?
No, Chidi Nwokabia. No, he was into private business, then he now also shifted into, because he's a beautiful writer.
Okay.
So from there, he was, getting sponsors for that. We went to close to 120 companies, only 2 or 3. Viju Milk, Fixin, which other company again that, give us the seed money that we started with.
When you do things like this, and you look back where you started and where you are today, do you feel fulfilled in any way?
I'm not fulfilled yet. Because what I would have done better with money, I tried without money. Now that some comfort, some little convenience as per finances are coming, I wish I could do them better. Because that's na akpa ego nesi nwoke bike.
What does that mean?
Ako is money, gives a man confidence. Ego nesi nwoke bike. When you have money, you have confidence to do anything. So now that is coming, I wish to do those things that I did then, do them better. But thank God, there is still hope. I'm not satisfied. I am the best critic of myself. I don't get satisfied with what I do.
So the future is actually going to be better.
Definitely, the future is better. And right now too, I am a hotelier. I'm a barman. I serve beer to people. I serve drinks to people. If you come, I'll serve you. It's part of it.
Yeah,
it's part of giving back to the society.
Okay. You talked about your wife. How did it happen? I mean, you were in the movie industry. We hear the women run after you. You're like at that time you were hot, one of the hottest bachelors in town. How did you zero in on this lady? What was so different about her?
Well, my wife is an iconic figure. She's a heroine. She's angelic. She's my best partner.
It's Thursday, or rather, it's Friday, the 31st of January, 2025. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, federal government reiterates commitments to gas to power initiative. Matawale warns Amechi to desist from inciting violence or face consequences. Russia closes in on key Ukrainian city, seeking gateway for future advances. And India opposition lawmaker arrested on rape charges. Details shortly. The federal government on Thursday donated 30 million naira to the family of the national flag designer, the late Pa Taiwo Akinkumi, almost 2 years after his demise. The Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Larry Isa Onilio, accompanied by the Oyo State Director of the agency, Olukemi Afolaya, made the official presentation of the check on behalf of the federal government at the Elebu Ibadan, Oyo State residence of the late hero. On September 4, 2023, President Bola Tinubu sent a government delegation led by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, on a condolence visit where it pledged to give the late Nigerian hero a national burial and financial support to the family. The ENUGU enjoins the family to keep the legacy of the late Akinkumi. One of the deceased children, Akinkumi, thanked the government for the support, noting that the gesture was an indication that the nation acknowledged their father's contributions. Earlier, the ENUGU paid a working visit to the Akinyele Trailer Park, where he enlightened residents against scooping petrol from crashed tankers. He noted that Nigeria had lost many lives in the main parts of the country, scooping petrol from tankers. The federal government has reiterated its commitment to the Gas to Power initiative, which was launched in 2021, aiming to transform Nigeria into a gas-powered economy by 2030 through a series of policy reforms, infrastructure development, and investment attraction strategies. Mele Kyari, the Group Chief Executive Officer, GCEO of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, Mele Kyari, made this known on Thursday at the groundbreaking ceremony of the 5 mini liquefied natural gas plants in Ajokuta, Kogi. Kyari said the project play a critical role in promoting economic growth and contributing to the nation's gross domestic product, GDP, while creating opportunities for gas commercialization and supporting the federal government's flare-down initiatives. He said that the mini LNG in facilities would ensure that efficient transportation of gas over long distances, providing a cleaner and cheaper source of energy to households, mobility, industries, and businesses. Earlier, Governor Ahmed Ododo of Kogi State thanked the federal government for locating the 5 mini LNG plants in the state. Ododo described the decision as a step in the right direction in Nigeria's march towards attaining energy security and economic growth. An economic expert, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, says Nigeria needs to show up its production capacity to bridge the gaps in the economy. Adedipe, the founder, BAA Consults, made the assertion at the Nigeria British Chamber of Commerce NBCC 2025 Economic Outlook in Lagos. He noted that the fundamental problems of developing countries such as Nigeria have been reduced to food, energy, and manufacturing deficits. The economist said that the reforms the countries had undergone, such as fuel subsidy removal, banks recapitalization, fiscal consolidation, unified exchange rate, and tax reforms, were inevitable. He, however, noted that some fiscal challenges, such as high debt service to revenue ratio, low revenue, and high inflation, among others, strain the country's economic dynamics. Adedipe added that in 2025, economic reforms would begin to pay off, while inflation would likely reach an inflection point early in the year. Mr. Ray Ateli, President NBCC, said the event was designed to provide businesses, industry leaders, and policymakers with the critical insights to navigate the evolving economic landscape. The Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, Yashau Dogora Ahmed, has warned corps members against involvement in every form of misconduct and other negative behaviors that can jeopardize their future ambitions. Ahmed gave this advice when he was addressing the 2024 Batch C Stream 2 corps members at Kano State Orientation Camp in Kusala Dam, Karaye and Katsina State Orientation Camp, Mani Road. He said intelligence, honesty, perseverance, and faith in God are prerequisites to a prosperous life. He equally advised the core members to respect the cultures and traditions of their host communities and quickly integrate with them after leaving the orientation camps. Speaking further, Ahmed urged them to add value to their host communities by initiating either personal or group community development service projects that will improve the standards of living of their hosts. The Minister of State for Defense, Dr. Bello Mohammed Matawale, has strongly condemned what he described as reckless and inciting remarks made by former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi concerning the leadership of the President Bola Tinubu. Speaking at a recent conference in Abuja, Amechi allegedly declared that Nigerian politicians must steal, maim, and kill to remain in power, an assertion Matawale had denounced as not only insulting to Nigerians but also a dangerous attempt to radicalize the youth and destabilize the national security. Writing to the statement, Dr. Matawale says it is both reckless and dangerous for a former public office holder to make such inflammatory state remarks at a time when the government is working tirelessly to consolidate national unity and security. No responsible leader should fan the flames of violence and political unrest. He further warned against any attempt to mislead young Nigerians with a distorted narrative of violence and anarchy, emphasizing that Nigeria is a sovereign nation governed by laws, not a jungle where power is seized through brute force. The statement, signed by Henshaw Ogubike, Director of Press Public Relations at the Ministry of Defense, stressed that the government will not tolerate any form of subversive rhetoric aimed at undermining national unity or inciting lawlessness. Matawale reminded Amechi that power is earned through democracy, not through intimidation, violence, or lawlessness. He reiterated that President Tinubu's administration remains committed to upholding peace, democratic values, and national security. Highlighting the administration's achievements within a short period, Dr. Matawale confidently asserted that President Tinubu will secure a decisive victory in the 2027 presidential election. Governor Ahmadu Fintiri of Adamawa State has told the federal government that Nigeria is bleeding. This is as he faulted the economic policies of the federal government, saying they are imposing severe hardship on Nigerians. Fintiri stated this at a meeting of the National Reconciliation Committee of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, with governors from the Northeast and other key stakeholders in Bauchi. The governor expressed frustration with the state of the nation's economy, saying Nigeria is bleeding. Yes, we're suffering. There's too much anger and the economic policy is not working. Fintiri further stressed that holding a position of power is a privilege given by God, and therefore the country must be governed based on trust and responsibility. He called on the federal government to focus on policies that do not bring further pain to Nigerians. During the meeting, the chairman of the National Reconciliation Committee, Olagunsoye Oyinola, acknowledged the factors that led to the party's loss in the last elections. He identified disunity within the party as a key reason and expressed the committee's commitment to addressing those issues. Still to come, DSS detains 2 lawmakers over Obasa's impeachment. Customs seizes 199,495 liters of smuggled fuel in Adamawa. Details of these and more after this break. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A member of the Lagos State Assembly who spoke with newsmen in confidence disclosed that the 2 lawmakers are facing interrogation in connection with the removal of Modashiri Obasa as Speaker. Obasa was removed as Speaker by 35 members on January 13th and replaced with the former Deputy Speaker Mojisola Miranda. In solidarity with your colleagues, the Deputy Speaker Mojid Fatai and other lawmakers stormed the DSS office to secure the release of the detained lawmakers. Meanwhile, a social political group, the Concerned Citizens of Lagos, yesterday decried the systematic attempts to undermine democracy in the state. The group's reaction followed the alleged arrest and detention of some members of the assembly. The House of Representatives Committee on Petroleum Upstream has raised concerns about the budget figures presented by the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NEITI, describing them as unrealistic going by the nation's current economic challenges. The committee criticized several positions in the budget, including the 32 million naira allocation for stakeholders' welfare, including National Assembly members. The lawmakers also expressed concern about the priority given to certain expenses, questioning their necessity in the face of present financial constraints.
The population, our people, for whom we are all here standing for and holding brief for them, are also crying out. Then agencies of government like your own must also be mindful of what to expend out of public coffers. All of these presentations you have made, the expenditures proposed, are all going to be done at the expense of the public. And sometimes you tend to make some presentation that sounds funny and very insulting in the eyes of the people. When you now, for instance, say in your projection, item 22020006, that welfare packages in form of ex gratia, health insurance, welfare packages to staff and some critical stakeholders during festive periods. The narrative, the language you are using there is quite indicting, and that will attract a very negative response from the members of the public.
And in your justification, you mentioned the National Assembly. I can't remember this committee inviting us to come for oversight, to come and eat in your establishment. So refreshments and meals, 32 million naira. No matter the type of stakeholders that come to you throughout the year, there's no way. What are you serving? People don't serve more than tom-tom and Coke and water. There's never any time you serve meals.
Now, the best sharp MT 5051 colored photocopia is just about 4.1 million. If you use that to divide your 81 million, that means you are buying about 19 photocopier for whose office? And then you look at the shredding machine, the highest you get is about 240k. And then you want to spend 6 million, you are buying about 25 pieces of that.
To resolve the issues, the committee chairman announced the formation of a sub-panel which met with NEITI behind closed doors. Earlier in his presentation to the committee, NEITI's Executive Secretary Oji Obonnaya provided a breakdown of the agency's 2024 expenditure and 2025 budget proposal. He revealed that ongoing efforts by the agency in collaboration with the EFCC to recover 6 billion naira in stolen funds and 66 billion naira owed the government by operators in the sector. The NEITI boss argued that as a specialized agency, the organization is expected to meet certain international standards.
Legal services, 22 million. Motor vehicle cost, 72 million. Motor vehicle fuel cost. Plant generator cost, 35.5 million. Bank charges, 3.7 million. Insurance premium, 71.0 million. Refreshments and meals, 32.5 million.
Then the template is not universally convenient for all agencies. You find the operations that are peculiar to NEITI. For instance, NEITI is an international. There are basic obligations that we owe the country to comply and remain compliant to the international community.
NEITI's proposed 2025 budget totals 6.5 billion naira, comprising 2.2 billion naira for personnel costs, 1.7 billion naira for overheads, and 2.5 billion naira for capital expenditure. Specific allocations include 175 million naira for the repair of new office gates, 155 million naira for the purchase of additional vehicles, 167 million naira for data acquisition, 38 million naira for library books, and 8.1 million naira for photocopiers. The Nigerian Customs Service (NCS) has intensified its crackdown on fuel smugglers, seizing nearly 200,000 liters of petroleum product in Adamawa State under Operation Whirlwind. Comptroller General of Customs Adewale Adeniyi condemned fuel smuggling as a direct attack on Nigeria's economy and energy sector, warning that such illegal activities undermine government efforts. He revealed that intelligence-led operations by officers of the Adamawa Taraba Command led to the interception of 199,495 liters of premium motor spirit. Smugglers were caught using tankers, jerry cans, and drums to transport fuel across the border. Detailing their tactics, Adeniyi explained that smugglers often rely on nighttime river crossings and dazzling waterways, illegal storage sites near border towns, and reaffirming the NCS's commitment to tackling fuel smuggling. Adeniyi pledged continuous improvements in strategy, intelligence gathering, and collaboration with security agencies to dismantle smuggling networks. The Nigerian Immigration Service (NIS) has intercepted 21 minors suspected to be victims of trafficking at the Gaidam border post in Yobe. The Yobe State Controller of the NIS, Mr. Sani Sulejega, disclosed this while handing over the children to the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons (NAPTIP) for further investigation. Sulejega said the minors aged between 7 and 15 were without travel documents and were being transported from Magama, local government area of Niger State, to the Republic of Niger. The suspected traffickers, identified as Abubakar Sadiq, claimed the children were being taken to Niger Republic for educational purposes. He said their parents requested him to find affordable schools for them in Mena, Niger Republic. The latest tragedy that struck at the Ugwu section of the ENUGU Express Road has prompted fresh calls for the federal government to complete the road project, which was commenced about 43 years ago. The fuel tanker explosion, which happened along the road, claimed tens of lives, leaving several people wounded and over 15 vehicles and other property reduced to drunks. Signature TV correspondent Chinemere Mikebunam has been digging deep into circumstances surrounding Ugwu, which has earned it the unenviable status of a killing field.
The 100-kilometer Enugu-Onitsha Expressway appears to have assumed notoriety as perhaps the road with the longest history of abandonment in the country. The expressway, which was started by the Obasanjo military administration in the mid-70s, received some attention under the civilian administration of Shehu Shagari between 1979 and 1983, but was never fully completed and officially commissioned before the military struck again in December 1983. The road, which is a major highway connecting the southwest through the River Niger to the southeast, south-south, and northern Nigeria through Benue and Kogi states, is one of the busiest roads in the country. Yet, it remains about the least to receive federal government attention. Realizing the importance of the road to the economy of the Southeast and indeed all Nigerians, it remained a ready campaign item for various political office seekers. But none of those who assumed political power thereafter ever thought it fit to complete the project till date. The Ugwu section of the road, which lies on the stretch from Enugu to 9th Mile, has remained the most deplorable and dilapidated section, causing discomfort and dislocation to thousands of its users. As a result, constant breakdowns of vehicles, especially heavy-duty and articulated trucks, often resulting in deaths, accidents, and destruction of valuable goods and property, including foodstuffs and other commodities. Behind each accident is a tale of human error, neglect, and a lack of accountability. The most recent fuel tanker explosion that claimed tens of lives is only one of the several mishaps that have happened on the road, promoting renewed calls for more serious attention to be given to the road. A member of the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and president of 9th Mile Chamber of Commerce, Leonard Ugu, gave an account of the road since construction commenced around 1982. He pointed at the refuse dump axis as the major deadly spot where most tragic accidents occur, emphasizing the need for road realignment and strict enforcement of traffic regulations.
With the bend there, the curve there, which needs to be realigned by surveyors, we can never avoid this accidents. Because it is steeping, it is curving, heavy trucks are plying that road. And we know that most of these things, when they are heavily loaded, you can have brake failures. And once they have brake failures, a lot of things happen. That's why once there's any accident, you think of our so many vehicles affected because it's descending. That is one major cause. Then secondly, I've advocated there should be line of trees at the edge of each of the lanes, like hitherto in Milking Hill. If trees are planted, once there's an accident, it can now form a wedge.
The Director of Vehicle Inspection Office, VIO, in ENUGU, Val Chime, who acknowledged the poor condition of the road, also blamed human factor, especially among drivers of tankers and articulated vehicles.
Less of the drivers also contributes to the accident. Most times we have drivers from far away distances. It's an express road. Most of them, as a result of fatigue, when they get to that road, they can't be able to control their vehicle. So the best solution remains to inform approaching vehicles about the nature of the road. If you are warned that this place is slopey, and that is exactly what we are planning to do now. We are trying to establish a vehicle inspection point just before the downward slope, so as to even inspect vehicles before they go down.
Road users, business owners, and tanker drivers also share their perspectives on the common causes of accidents on Ugwuonyama Road.
Uneducated trailer drivers are still causing it. The majority, houses, many of them are taking drugs. Many of them are doing such of things for their brain to be very high. I don't know how to stop all those things. Many things are causing it. Speed is part of people is in a haste.
Very well. It's affecting our business. It's affecting because that Saturday that this thing happened, we all left. We all went home because who are you selling again to? So everybody was devastated and very angry.
But what I have before, I know who's ever assured, who's ever at the sharp too much. And now the other one at the serum. All of them are choosing to go and get them because someone and cause all the
For the Enugu Sector Commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Franklin Abakoba, the bad condition of the road is a ticking time bomb with potholes and uneven terrain, making navigating the road a nightmare.
Newly constructed lane, we have the lane that is yet to be constructed. So first and foremost, they should fix that lane inward bound Enugu. If it was fixed, that crash that happened on Saturday ought not to have happened. That tanker driver ought to have used, his lane rather than, facing oncoming vehicles. That is one. Then two, to forestall what happened on the 25th day of January 2025, at least let us see how we can curtail articulated vehicles using that new lane. I am suggesting that there should be a barrier by the Cochin Junction. That barrier should, be the height that articulated vehicles will not be able to pass through. Let me also say this. At the axis where this crash, or the location where the crash occurred on Saturday, a good look of that, location, you will observe that the place is slopey Okay. The gradient is high. So if RCC can go back there, what would say go back to drawing board, but no, this one is go back to site, bring down that slope, it's doable, reduce that height. So that provided there is a brake failure, the driver can, be able to maneuver the vehicle.
The contract for the rehabilitation of the road, which was re-awarded to MTN in 2023, was stalled when the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, directed all contractors handling federal road projects to resort to the use of concrete instead of asphalt in the construction. The RCC, which was executing the contract for the MTN, said it cannot bear the extra cost of using concrete, which was far above the original contract figure. There, however, seemed to be hope in the horizon for the road, following a tripartite meeting held on Wednesday between the Works Minister, federal legislators, and the MTN on how to resolve the impasse for work to resume on the road.
We hope, and that's why I want us to be covered, that the politics of this project should stop. It's not only here that politics are being played, and the contractors will go to town lobbying people to be demarcating the ministry. But we will not say that anybody in this ministry has asked you to give them a go. But some contractors just want selective treatment. And if we do that, we will destroy the system.
Stories of the Ugwu-Onyama Road are replete with harrowing tales, highlighting the urgent need for collective action to mitigate risks associated with the areas, which gives it out as a scene of agony and anguish. First, for the government to resolve all issues encumbering the completion of the road. For the road users to exercise greater caution, and finally, a more effective enforcement for traffic laws and regulations by the relevant agencies to check the culture of impunity on Ugwu-Onyama Road. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The Japanese government and the United Nations Office for Project Service, UNOPS, have donated 10 vehicles, ICT equipment and installed flood detective device to support Anambra State in mitigating flooding and other climatic challenges. The donation, which took place in Awka, was done through the Emergency Support to Climate Change initiative in response to the impact of 2022 flood disasters experienced in Anambra State. Speaking on behalf of the Japanese government, the Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of Japan in Nigeria, Mr. Hitoshi Kozaki, said the intervention was targeted at saving lives and property. Also speaking, Dr. Ifeoma Charles Monguba, Director, UNOPS Ghana Multi-Country Office, said the project was funded by the government of Japan through its Ministry of Foreign Affairs and implemented by UNOPS. The gesture was aimed at reducing the damages caused by the yearly flooding in Anambra State and to protect the people from future disasters. Mr. Habat Apia, Project Manager, UNOPS, said the project was critical in setting up and strengthening the Anambra State's resilience and capacity to respond to extreme weather effects. Responding, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, who was represented by his deputy Gilbert Onyeka Chukwu Ibezim, thanks the Japanese government and UNOPS for coming to the aid of the state. The European Union, EU, has launched a 300,000 grants for Eurocham Nigeria Institutional Development Support to strengthen its secretariat, expand advocacy, and enhance external engagement for its members. The EU ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Gota Magnot, announced this during Eurocham's 25th Annual Stakeholders Conference held in Lagos. Magnot said that the 300,000 three-year grant is part of the EU's efforts to support Eurocham in fulfilling its mandate and expanding its membership base in Nigeria. According to him, the grant will enable Eurocham to promote trade and investment opportunities benefiting both European and Nigerian economies while reinforcing the EU's role as Nigeria's strategic partner. The ambassador noted that launching the grant is a significant step towards deepening EU-Nigeria trade relations. Still to come, NTSB recovers data, voice recorders from crashed American Airlines plane. North Koreans mark Lunar New Year with flora tributes. Please stay with us.
We are local.
We
are right now with the wife of the man that was...
The market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Russian forces are slowly tightening their noose around the eastern Ukrainian city of Pokrovsk, whose main supply lines are under threat nearly 3 years after Moscow invaded its neighbor. While Ukraine is stubbornly defending the city, its incitement or fall could put Russia in a strong position to mount attacks in several directions and increase pressure on Kyiv. Recent footage from Pokrovsk shows the few remaining civilians walking through the devastated cityscape while artillery explosions loomed nearby. Pasi Parunen, an analyst with the Finland-based Blackbird Group, said the city is no longer an important hub for Ukrainian troops as Russian troops are within artillery and drone range. Parolin also said that Ukraine struggles to beat back Russia's small infantry assault along the Pokrovsk fronts because it lacked sufficient manpower of its own to comprehensively cover the front lines. Kyiv has faced long-running recruitment and mobilization issues, and last year there was a rise in soldiers deserting and absconding from a depleted, tired force. On Sunday, President Volodymyr Zelensky put one of Ukraine's most senior generals, Land Forces Chief Mikhailo Drabati, in charge of the strategic command that oversees a vast chunk of frontline, including Pokrovsk. Rob Lee, a senior fellow at the U.S.-based Foreign Policy Research Institute, called Drabati a highly esteemed leader whose assignments could enhance command, control, and collaboration among frontline units, a persistent issue for Ukraine over the past year.
But as the Russians now have gotten closer and are, let's say, within artillery range of that of Pokrovsk and able to fly FPV drones over the city, it is clear that the city is no longer an important communication hub for the Ukrainians. It can't be used as a logistical center anymore.
The Russian military announced on Thursday that it had made further advances into Ukrainian defenses, while Ukraine said it deterred dozens of Russian offensives in the direction of Pokrovsk in eastern Ukraine and that of Kursk in western Russia, according to their latest updates in the conflict. The Russian Ministry of Defense reported that the Russian military had launched attacks on Ukraine soldiers and military equipment, made further advances into Ukrainian defenses, and took advantageous positions. The Russian air defense system shot down 61 Ukraine drones. The General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces reported that on Thursday its forces had engaged in 85 battles on the front line, repelling 30 of more than 2 million people and its healthcare system. The World Health Organization
by phone a number of times this morning that they are continuing to deliver assistance and services to